Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, guests, ladies and gentlemen. We kindly invite you to take your seats as we will begin the second Indonesia-Africa Forum 2024 shortly. Kindly switch your mobile phones to the silent mode for the comfort of all delegates. The working language is English. Those who require interpretation services, the interpretation devices are available at the left and right sides of the ballroom. Once again, the working language is English. Those who require interpretation services, the interpretation devices are available at the left and right sides of the ballroom. Thank you. Once again, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the second Indonesia-Africa Forum 2024 is about to begin. We kindly invite you to take your seats. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, for those of you who are seated at the back, we're inviting you to please occupy the front rows first. Those of you seated at the back, we're now inviting you to please occupy the front rows first. We'd like to get warmer as everyone embrace today's theme and panel discussion. So once again, for those of you seated at the back, we're now inviting you to please occupy the front rows first. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second Indonesia Africa Forum 2024. Following the success of the first Indonesia Africa Forum in 2018, the second Indonesia Africa Forum is a platform for concrete economic cooperation with Africa as Indonesia's key economic partner. This year's theme is Bandung Spirit for Africa's Agenda 2063, emphasizing shared values and principles which lays a strong foundation for robust, inclusive, equal, and sustained relations between Indonesia and Africa. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the first panel discussion for the day, entitled Outlook from the Region Update and Prospect for Cooperation. And to lead this session, we'd like to invite our moderator to the stage, Mr. Amit Jain, Director of NTU SBF Center, to be followed by our distinguished speakers, Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, Liberia, His Excellency Sylvester M. Grigsby, Vice President of the Commission of Economic Community of West African States Commission, Her Excellency Damtian Tichi Bija, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs, Indonesia, His Excellency Pahala Mansuri, Director of Trade in Goods and Competition, African Continental Free Trade Area, Mr. Muhammad Ali, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs in charge of International Cooperation, Uganda, His Excellency Henry Oriam Okello, and founder of Bridgewater Associates, Mr. Ray Dalio. Let's give a round of applause for this panel discussion one. Mr. Moderator, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. MC. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a real honor for me to be here, to be moderating the very first panel of the session. My name is Amit Jain again. I'm the director of a Singapore-based think tank. It's the only one in Southeast Asia that looks at Africa from a trade and business perspective. It's called the NTU SBF Center for African Studies. And a real honor to have Your Excellency Nana, who is here to grace the occasion. Joining me here today are an exceptional panelists. But before I start, here's a very quick pop quiz. Who can tell me which African country speaks a language that most closely resembles Bahasa? Very quick one, 2 seconds. Which country? No, which country? Which country in Africa closely resembles a language that is like Bahasa? Yes, who got that right? That's right. Sorry, brownie points to you. So please join me in welcoming our panelists here. On my left, His Excellency Sylvester Grigsby, Minister of State of Liberia. He has served as an advisor to the President of Liberia. His expertise spans economics and public policy. Now, for those of you who do not know that much about Liberian history, it was actually founded in 1822 as a place to resettle freed slaves from the America. It's rich in iron ore and is a member of ECOWAS. Then we have Her Excellency Damtian Chinchibija. She's the Vice President of the ECOWAS Commission. She's a development economist and only the second woman to occupy this position at the Economic Community of West African States. She has previously served as an advisor to the President of Togo and is a tireless advocate for regional integration. Thank you so much. We have Pak Pahala Mansuri, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia. Interestingly, he comes from a solid background in finance. Before taking this role as Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs, Pak Pahala served, believe it or not, as a CFO for the state-owned energy firm Pertamina, and has also served at Garuda. And at one time, he was also named as the CEO of for ASEAN, as the best CEO for ASEAN. So thank you so much for being on the panel. Mohammed Ali, on his left, is the Director of Trade in Goods and Competition at the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which is better known by its acronym AFCFTA. Now, for those of you who do not know AFCFTA, it is the most ambitious economic integration project ever undertaken by any regional body. If successful, it will effectively transform the entire continent of 1.3 billion people into a single market, lifting more than 30 million people out of poverty by 2035. That's a very ambitious plan. And on his left, we have His Excellency Henry Okello, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Uganda. He's in charge of international cooperation. Minister Okello is the only one in the panel with a background in law. He practiced as a barrister in Britain before returning to Uganda and jumping into politics. Since you're the host, and of course on his left we have Ray Dalio, the founder and CIO, is that right, of Bridgewater Associates, one of the world's best-known hedge funds. He founded it in 1975 and made it into a multi-million-dollar investment powerhouse today. Ray, you're known as something of an oracle in the Wall Street for your ability to foresee events. He's an author and a renowned leader on financial issues. And as I discovered yesterday, he's also a very keen oceanographer. So that's an interesting combination there. Pak Pahala, let me start with you first. You're the host of the event here. You have, of course, emphasized the importance of reviving the global spirit of South-South solidarity. There's a lot of trade potential between Indonesia and the states of Africa. At least in one estimate, it's said there's an untapped potential of $5 billion still to be untapped. Could you identify some of those critical areas where you see most the possibilities of cooperation?
Well, thank you, Amit. His Excellency, President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, all of the panels and the speakers, and also all of the attendees today. Thank you very much for attending the first panel discussion. As you know, we just finished the high-level meeting also, which was actually led by the leaders and also with the ministers. Now, for Indonesia, for us to be able to organize the event today is really about how are we going to be able to forge a much closer relationship between Indonesia and Africa. Because there are a couple of reasons why we are actually organizing this event this year. This is actually the second time we are organizing the Indonesia and Africa Forum. And the number one reason is that there is a lot of historical relationship that we have between Indonesia and Africa. As you know, in 1955, we had the Asia and Africa Conference. At that time, the spirit is about how are we going to be able to develop the global solidarity between the Asia and Africa country. And this is actually one of the momentum for the Asia and Africa country. This is actually also the beginning of what we call the Global South countries. So in addition to the historical reasons, we also see that there is a lot of opportunities for Indonesia and Africa to work together, particularly in the four major sectors. Number one is in the area of energy sector. Indonesia right now, we import about 500 to 600,000 barrels of oils per day. So this is actually one of the areas how Indonesia are going to be able to develop energy security in collaboration with the African countries, knowing that about 10 to 12% of the global reserve of oil and gas is actually based in Africa right now. But not only about the fossil fuel or the hydrocarbon energy, we also see that in the future, there is a lot of opportunity for us to develop what we call a more stronger global supply chain for the critical minerals, and in particular, the critical minerals that are going to be very important for energy transition in the future. And because of there is going to be the effort of the climate change and how are we going to be able to support the energy transition in the future, the demand of the critical mineral is expected to grow by more than 6 times from what we are actually seeing today. Now, Indonesia may actually have a lot of nickel right now and also copper, but to actually build and produce a battery as one of the important part of the energy transition in the future, we also need other critical minerals like lithium, as well as cobalt and graphite. And we believe that all of these critical minerals, we have abundance of that in Africa. The third is actually in the area of food security. We see that in the area of food security, there is a lot of opportunity for both countries to work together because there are going to be about 1.7 billion population combined between Indonesia and Africa, and this will continue to actually grow in the future, and therefore the need for both regions to be able to produce enough food for the population is of course going to be absolutely critical if we are going to be able to continue to grow. And the fourth is about in the area of healthcare. Right now, Indonesia is already producing about 1 billion vaccines to African countries. And I think healthcare is actually going to be very, very important to ensure that we are going to be able to continue to develop improve the human capital index. As you know, Indonesia and Africa, we have a shared vision of how are we going to be able to become a much more developed countries by the year of 2045 until 2063, as has actually been charted by the Africa Agenda 2063. And therefore, human capital index is absolutely critical, and therefore, food, healthcare is absolutely critical also for Indonesia as well as Africa. So these are the 4 major areas, 4 major sectors that we see there is a lot of potential for both Indonesia and Africa to work together to allow us to achieve our own vision to become a developed and more the global superpowers of the region. I think right now it's very timely for Indonesia to look to Africa as a development partners, and we hope that the African countries will see Indonesia as such as well.
But Bala, Indonesia has been remarkably successful in tapping its nickel reserves and has a very ambitious drive towards EV batteries. Considering that this is something that a lot of African countries too have been trying to do, adding value to the natural resources that they have, and the difficulty that they have had on that road ahead, what sort of lessons can Indonesia, what sort of lessons from Indonesia can African countries derive? And maybe this question, may I direct it towards Her Excellency Chinchiba. If you could underscore the need to add value to the rich minerals that West Africa has and the lessons that you could perhaps take from Indonesia.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for the invitation and also welcome His Excellency President that we in ECOWAS we have a regional strategy in terms of human capital development, and it is important that we learn from what Indonesia has done in that regards in order to develop our human capital. We've got a very youthful population that is growing at a fast pace, and it is important that we provide opportunities for our youth. And so through our human capital development strategy, we are spearheading the effort and getting member states on board to invest more in key areas that will help us provide the skills to our youth and our women also, because you don't go to a football game and leave half of your team on the bench. So we are definitely placing a great emphasis on women and the youth in order to help develop our economies. Now, when it policies within our member states. We look forward to developing more agricultural-related projects within the ECOWAS region, and it's something that we can learn a great deal from that sector with in our collaboration with Indonesia. Since the first Indonesia-Africa summit, the trade volume has grown from 1.3 billion to 5.5 billion US dollars, and that tells you there's a lot of opportunities. There are a lot of opportunities one could look into, looking mainly at healthcare and also, as you mentioned earlier, developing more innovative research and providing healthcare to have a more healthy population, which is very important. So there are various areas one can look into, and also looking at manufacturing plants. I was talking to one of the ministers that was attending from Nigeria yesterday. There were about 50 Indonesian companies settled in Nigeria alone, and we also need to look at some reciprocity, making inroads for African businesses to also be able to establish businesses here and conduct business here in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Perhaps, Your Excellency, Mr. Grigsby, Liberia has a unique place not just in the history of Africa, but in cross-Atlantic relations as well. One of the challenges that Liberia has, it's a very large youth population that needs to be educated and be put into productive work. What reforms has Liberia introduced, and your own take on lessons from Indonesia?
Thank you very much, Your Excellency President Ado, fellow panelists, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. A few years ago, I worked with Mrs. Sirleaf on a high-level panel to develop a migration policy for Africa. I think that program was sponsored by the UNECA and the African Union Commission. And we tried to find out the causes and drivers of migration. And I'd like to refer to the famous saying by Dr. Adesanya of the ACDB, when he says that our youth belong to be at home in their countries, helping to develop their countries, and not in the bottom of the Mediterranean Sea. Part of the problem that we've had, especially after our recent history of conflict, has been to find employment opportunities for the youthful population. Over 60% of our population is classified as youth. So what do we do? Well, one of the things that we have been able to look at is what can be done with South-South cooperation, especially the model that Indonesia has been promoting, after our conflict, many of our traditional partners shied away from investment in certain areas. But Indonesia, like my president said this morning, gave us a vote of confidence right after our government, after the country returned to peace, by allowing an Indonesian company to invest about $2 billion in the oil palm industry. And that has helped to create job opportunities for many of our young people. And we believe that if we can expand that kind of cooperation south-south, where we all understand the conditions, the constraints on development, the constraints on investment, but where we all understand that and are willing to take the leap, then it's possible that we can reinforce each other's efforts in regional integration and South-South cooperation. And I think that is a model that we need to continue to expand on, especially so in the spirit of Bandung for the African Agenda for 2063.
Thank you, Minister Grigsby. I think this will appeal to you as well, Minister Okello. The large diaspora of Ugandans overseas, their contribution to the economy of Uganda, and your need to bring them back home, the talent back. So this is a major brain drain that Uganda has suffered over the years.
Your Excellency, the President of Ghana, and colleague panelists, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is true that Uganda has a very high population of youth. I think well over 50%, I think it's 60% of our population is formed of young individuals and young youth. And over the years, due to political turmoil and seeking opportunities, a lot of them have sought opportunities abroad. We have a very big diaspora in the United Kingdom, in the UK, and many more because these are English-speaking countries. But over the years, also now we have many more who have ventured into Europe. In addition to that, the increased universities in Uganda, we have almost 15 to 18 universities. And these produce well over 60,000 youth per year, graduates who come on the streets, and government has not got enough jobs for them. There's not enough jobs for them in the private sector, and yet they're all seeking for opportunities soon after universities to look after themselves and look after their families, and hence to put enormous pressure on the economy and demand to government to give them jobs or create jobs for them. The way government has been trying to go around this is to try and reskill most of the graduates, to reskill them so that they can become job creators rather than job seekers, by giving them practical skills in which they can be able to fend for themselves, and give them soft loans, what they call youth loans, so that they can become entrepreneurs and then generate the income. But on top of that, there's also the blessing in a way that the diaspora remittance to Uganda has exceeded close to $2 billion per year, and it forms part of our GDP now. However, it's a sad affair that we have lots of our young people, young men abroad, especially skilled ones, nurses, doctors, and engineers, and others. One of the unfortunate things also is that a lot of our youth who go and study abroad and excel and do well in some of these countries, then these countries offer them residencies and opportunities to work in the industries. They have all kind of tricks in catching them by offering them 2 years so-called youth employment. And when they get a taste working in Western Europe for after 2 years. Then they're offered a residency, and hence they stay there. And the best time part of their life and the youthful production part of their life is to Western Europe, and we lose all that skill and opportunities. Yet it is us or our taxpayers who might have funded them to go and study abroad. So the youth factor, opportunities, brain drain is a very big problem, not only to Uganda, but to Africa, that we're losing so much of our youth to the diaspora, and yet these will be youthful youths who will be able to help us in the development and transformation of our countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me turn to Muhammad Ali. Under the AFCFTA, you have a very ambitious plan to achieve 90% liberalization on goods traded between the continent. Could you give us a quick update on what the progress has been so far and some of the achievements that the AFCFTA has done?
No, thank you so much. Let me start, of course, by recognizing His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, our visionary host of the AFCFTA. So I would say the AFCFTA project as a blueprint project for Agenda 2063 moved from the stage of being wishful thinking or a vision to be a reality. As we speak now, we have 47 state parties, African state parties, who already ratified the agreement, and we have 39 of them implementing the agreement. The agreement of the AFCFTA aimed to liberalize the tariff over 97% of the goods. Currently, as we speak now, it is 90, but in the next 10 years, it will be 97%. When we started the AFCFTA, of course, everyone knows the challenges that we started in the middle of COVID-19, so that delayed us a little bit. But as we speak now, if you recall, in October 2022, we started the agreement, or we started seeing goods moving from country to country under the coverage of the AFCFTA. We started with only 7 countries: Ghana, Egypt, Mauritius, Rwanda, Kenya, Cameroon, and Tanzania joined. As we speak now, that number increased to 39 countries. And we are having the second event of the Guided Trade Initiative, where we will celebrate that number, celebrate that level of trade in Rwanda, Kigali, in October.
Could you explain to the audience what that Guided Trade Initiative really is?
Well, the Guided Trade Initiative, as I said, we have the agreement, a very beautiful architecture agreement, that a set of rules that all the African countries agreed on, and that rule was there, entered into force in 2019. Entered into force 2019, of course, the whole world were in a freeze situation in 2020 and 2021. So our heads of state and government, they met together for the first time, and they announced the start of trade as January 2021. But we as a AFCFTA, we noticed that there is no trade happening on the ground. So we took multiple different initiatives to start with those who are ready. And for the Guided Trade Initiative, we go to the country and engage and start to see what is the specific need for each country in terms of regulatory requirement, speak with the private sector, establish a pipeline of trade with other African countries, and start maybe provide coverage for this pipeline of trade in terms of supporting them logistically, supporting them in terms of engaging with the importing country, and make sure from the beginning to the end that trade is happening under the AFCFTA, and that by itself proves the concept. And once we prove the concept and unlock the trade between two countries, we started to see the flow of trade happening between the different countries. So that is the Guided Trade Initiative.
Thank you so much, Ray. Now, finally, let me turn to you. You know, when countries like Indonesia knock on the doors of hedge funds, they're all over wanting to invest, and the kind of premiums that Indonesia pays is way below what African countries have to pay when they go to the global capital markets to raise finance for the long-term investments. You know, the role that hedge funds such as yours play in channeling excess capital from where it's available to places where it's really needed is critical. The last day that you have heard and been talking to African leaders here, is there any ground for optimism in your view that this might begin to happen?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and I really appreciate it, particularly at this time. Just in my few minutes, I'd like to describe what's happening, and from my perspective around the world in a historical perspective. I studied the last 500 years of history, and we see it now. There are 5 major forces that are underway. The first is the internal financial money debt cycle, the money question. Second is within the countries, the wealth gaps and the values gaps that is bringing about an internal conflict. In the United States, we see the extreme left, the extreme right, and that's creating an internal conflict. And this is true of many of the developed countries. So this is very important for the rest of the world to understand what is happening in these developed countries and the internal conflicts. The third is the external conflict, the changes in the world order, from a dominant power to a conflict between influences from the United States and the West, in some cases, and China, and so on. That conflict is an important factor. Number 4 is the climate. Changes in climate and their implications are estimated to cost about $8 trillion a year in a world economy that has $100 trillion. So the changes in climate are going to have a very, very big effect in changing the whole landscape of the world, and that's particularly true of the global south. And then, so these forces, also technology, artificial intelligence, is going to have a huge effect in the way things work. All of these forces create a pull that creates a diversity that is going to create a great problem, a great challenge. Each of those first 4 of those, the internal financial one, the internal political one, the conflict in terms of world powers, climate and its implications, and then, of course, technology, will tend to cause greater wealth and impact differences between countries. And so I think that most important is how that's going to be dealt with, the great gaps. So when I look at it, I think that the world order is changing in this way, and how we approach those differences together, because there are going to be great forces that are going to pull us apart and be threatening. And the real question is how we're going to work together to deal with that type of a challenge.
Thank you. Pahala, that's an interesting segue to you, perhaps. You can already see the change delivered by developing countries. G20 as a whole now contributes more to the global economy than the G7, and it is playing a big part. Indonesia is now a rising middle power, and at the end of this this event, China is going to have its own Africa Forum, FOCAC. But we can see that the easy financing coming from China peaked in 2016. It's been steadily going down. Do you think the middle-income country, middle powers like Indonesia now have the wherewithal to cover the big financing gap that developing countries, not least Africa, have?
Well, thank you. I think that's why I actually started with the idea about how the Global South is actually going to be able to work together. And the whole idea that was actually mentioned by Ray just now, these tensions tend to actually make people feel that they need to actually choose the sides. And I think by Indonesia trying to actually develop the relationship with Africa also provides diversification to what the Partners for Africa is. Because I think right now everybody tends to actually be in this whole geopolitical tension, how each of the countries are going to be able, and there are probably for some that tends to actually choose to be more independent and not being boxed into any particular party that is actually having this geopolitical tension, then Indonesia would become an opportunity to diversify the relationship, in particular in developing the sectors that are more strategic. I think Ray also mentioned about one of the key strategic sector right now is the critical mineral and the critical minerals processing. Particularly right now, for example, if you look at the concentration of the production of these critical mineral processing, particularly the midstream part, is right now probably 70 to 80% being concentrated into one particular country, whether it is actually in the investment that is actually being made, the exports of those critical minerals from the countries, including those countries coming from Africa, as well as the technology. So all of these things, whether it is actually technology, investment, and the flow of the goods itself, and how are we going to be able to build a much more solid global supply chain of these very, very strategic materials or very strategic commodities that will define the future in terms of one of the big idea is this will actually help the, support the global world to be able to transition into the new energy. So this is actually, we hope that even though maybe we don't have the kind of capital, but we provide the kind of opportunity or the kind of option for people, for countries or for regions that would like to avoid to be boxed into be able to choose the side in this whole geopolitical tension, which is actually not that dissimilar from the situation that we faced in 1955. I mean, coming back to this whole Global South and Asia-Africa conference that we saw in 1955, at that time the world was also faced with having to actually choose between the conflicting parties as well. So the challenges could be very different, but the whole tension and the situation was actually pretty similar in terms of how are we going to be able to work together as a Global South to make sure that we are going to be able to benefit from these whole natural resources and be able to actually continue to develop a deeper manufacturing sector. This is not going to be easy, but I think with the effort that we are actually going to be putting together, and it's not something that is actually exclusively just South-South. I think there's a lot of North-South will need to actually happen as well, to try to diversify in terms of the technology, to diversify in terms of the investments as well. And a much stronger global supply chain will come out from a more diversified global supply chain in the future.
Thank you, Pak Pahala. You know, I would imagine that this is something that would be uppermost on our African panelists' mind is the need to have a much fairer global financial architecture, considering that all the African countries nearly face a huge challenge in acquiring finance at the right price for their development needs. Would any of you like to address this, Minister Grigsby, in your country particularly?
Thank you. this has been something that we are very much faced with on a more than regular basis. Since coming to power, we've been trying to reform in a way that we interact with our development partners and servicing our debt. Yes, it continues to be a challenge, and we keep groping for answers. In fact, we just completed a program with the IMF to get some support that satisfies some conditions to ensure that there is financial stability and so forth. One of the things that I'd like to address too, and expanding on the theme of the South cooperation and the initiative of Indonesia, is the fact that Liberia has been more or less in the forefront for constructing regional integration bodies, economic bodies, for example, starting with the Maneuver Union, where we help each other across borders. Some of the problems that are too big for any one country to handle, we share intelligence, and our various bodies, respective bodies, cooperate with each other. We've done that within the Maneuver Union, and now we're extending it to the ECOWAS region. And thank God that many of the members of ECOWAS have bought into that kind of solution sharing that we are faced with.
Thank you so much, Minister. You spoke about ECOWAS. Until recently, it was seen as one of the most integrated regional groups in the continent, and most of its economies were very fast-growing, envious. But lately, there have been setbacks, both on the economic front, certainly with large economies like Nigeria, and also, if I can ask you to address the big elephant in the room, it's the breakaway of the 3 Sahel republics from ECOWAS. Is there any move to bring those differences, to address those differences?
Well, it's true indeed. We've had some setbacks on the political front, but quite frankly, we are faced with a situation in terms of security that will compel all of us to come to the negotiation table. So whether those 3 member states decide to leave or not, we still remain brothers and sisters, and at ECOWAS we are still working very hard in engaging them, and having an open door policy. It's the decision to exit from the community. It's rather sad and unfortunate, because together we are stronger, and looking at how integrated this world has become, and how interdependent we have become, it's important that we stick together as a regional body. But I must say that despite our differences, we've got communities with families on either side of the borders. So even if these 3 member states were to leave, they will still have relationships with the rest of the community, and we'll have to find ways to continuously engage them. Now, the real problem that we face in our region is the threat of terrorist attacks. And at ECOWAS, we have an action plan to eradicate terrorism in our region, and we're working very hard to implement that plan. But that plan is of no use if the epicenter of these terrorist attacks being in the Sahel region, mostly Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, if those countries are not at the table in order for us to engage them and have a regional, regional strategy that would help us eradicate terrorism. So we face an existential threat from our perspective in light of the terrorist attacks that we're faced with. So it's important that we all together work hand in hand to find a solution. And it's not just the region, West Africa alone, but all of us, because I keep telling a lot of our partners that whether we like it or not, whatever is happening in West Africa, the terrorist attacks that we're faced with, one way or the other will find its way to your front door. So it's important that we together work to find solutions to this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Minister Okello, one of the things that makes an economy competitive is power, energy. And I think Uganda is a stellar example of a country that has gone from maybe 6% access to electricity to more than 70% in a really short span of time. How were you able to do that, and what impact has that had on your economy?
Well, it's true that in the early 2000s, we had also the issue of power. And we had something called load shedding, where power was distributed on alternative days in part of the city, and the cost of access to power in industries was at around 14 cents per unit, and there was no attraction for investors to put up industries in the country because electricity was too expensive. And even development of homes and other private homes was a challenge because even if you had a private home, electricity was very expensive. But fortunately, the government of Uganda took dramatic steps to address the matter. We decided to build 2 hydro dams at the same time through the assistance of the Chinese government. We built a 300 megawatt hydroelectricity dam and a 600 megawatt electricity dam simultaneously. As a result, we now have well over, but we had an existing dam which was producing 285 megawatts. So as a result of that, we've had over 1,000 megawatts of electricity. We've now got surplus electricity. In addition to that, we have started mini hydros up and down the country because of the many small streams and rivers we have. And we have obligations also and duties to export this energy to our neighbors. We have colonial agreements to supply electricity to Kenya. We supply electricity to Rwanda, and we do electricity to South Tanzania, and we're now extending to southern Sudan. Electricity has now dropped in the industry. We give it a 5% to 4% per unit. For domestic, it is about 7% per unit. As a result, it's attracted more industries, and now we've got so many what's so-called industrial parks, which is mushroom around the country. But these industrial parks are consuming up all these 600 megawatts so fast that the forecast is that within the next 15 years, we might have a problem with electricity again because the industrial parks are eating 30 megawatts, 40 megawatts, 45 megawatts, and so on and so forth. And I think in another 15 minutes, it will all run out. However, His Excellency the President has invested. He has about 40 to 50 students around the world studying on how we could develop our own nuclear power energy in Uganda. The land has been identified, soil samples have been taken, research has begun, and we have got already interested countries who are ready to start building in hydroelectric power so that we don't have any problem with power in the future. The problem, we could, of course, build more hydroelectric dams on the Nile, but the goody people who have demonstrating and putting all kinds of obstacles in building more dams on the river dam based on the issue of environment.
You know, we have come to pretty much the end of the session, but before I close, I do want to ask one key question, and anyone can answer that. The global economy has grown 14 times, trade 45 times in the last 70 years, and yet the share of the global output global output has risen from 24% to 43%, and yet the inequality in the world is wider than it ever has been. What steps can governments take to close that gap? Anyone can try and address that, please. Pak Pahala.
Well, I think the unfortunate thing that we are actually seeing today is that the kind of resources that are available for the countries, the communities that require the most in terms of the development of sustainable development goals right now, as we speak, is actually getting less from what we saw several years ago. So this is actually one of the key challenges that we hope we need to actually reverse this trend as well. Now, I think in the past, the Global South is more at the recipient end of the development cooperation. This is actually something that we hope that in the future, one of the key areas that Indonesia wants to work also with Africa country, in addition to the sectors that I already mentioned, is also about how are we going to be able to start ramping up on the development cooperation also amongst the the Global South countries, rather than the developed countries, because it used to be that the general idea was, development cooperation should come from developed countries to developing countries. So we hope that in the future, not only by having more cooperation along the different sectors in the economy, there would be more development cooperation also amongst the Global South countries to really address the SDG issues. And not only that, I think we should also engage non-governmental entities, private sectors, maybe even others like philanthropic institutions, to also get everybody to round up to be able to actually channel all of the financing, all of the development cooperation work that is actually required to be able to ramp up again the resources that will be available to those that are actually requiring it the most.
The question is really one of collective versus individual interests. Per capita income, by most measures, everything in the world has more resources than we've ever had, more productivity, and this will accelerate with all of the technologies and so on. However, there's a great force of self-interest causing a fragmentation, the greatest wealth gaps within countries, between countries. If you look at the force of wealth accumulation, the forces of technology and such produce great circumstances in terms of gap. And so the world as a whole has more resources than it's ever had, better situations, but more fragmentation, and I believe that the question of self-interest versus collective interest is the main question in terms of what's to come in the future.
With that, we bring the first panel to a close. So join me in thanking our esteemed panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to Mr. Moderator and our esteemed panelists for the first panel discussion of the day, entitled Outlook from the Region, Update and Prospect for Cooperation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please give a roaring applause to welcome the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo.
Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, I'm grateful for the opportunity to address this forum. Our shared histories, aspirations, and challenges unite us in a common purpose to create a better, more prosperous future for our people. Today I speak on a theme that is central to this mission: wealth through health, Ghana's progressive journey to development and prosperity. In Ghana, we understand that the health of our people is the bedrock upon which our nation's prosperity is built. A healthy population is not just a moral imperative, it is an economic necessity. Health drives productivity, innovation, and growth. It is the foundation of a vibrant, sustainable economy. Ghana's health journey since independence in 1957 has been guided by the principle that the true wealth of a nation is not in its gold reserves, but in the health of its people. This belief has shaped our national agenda and inspired our policies to transform Ghana's healthcare system. Ghana's healthcare has evolved significantly over the years. We've expanded access to primary healthcare, improved sanitation, and tackled pressing public health issues. The establishment of the National Health Insurance Scheme in 2003 marked a pivotal moment, ensuring that every Ghanaian has the right to health regardless of socioeconomic circumstances. Today, the progress in the development of the NHIS covers some 56% of our population, making it one of the most successful health insurance schemes in the continent of Africa. In recent years, we have made other remarkable strides in healthcare delivery, focusing on building a resilient system capable of withholding economic fluctuations and health emergencies. The Ghana Health Service has decentralized healthcare delivery, significantly improving health outcomes, particularly in rural areas. We've achieved a substantial reduction in maternal mortality rates from 580 per 100,000 live births in 1990 to 310 per 100,000 live births in 2023. Similarly, we've made good progress in reducing child mortality, with under 5 mortality decreasing from 127 per 100,000 live births in 1990 to 41 per 1,000 live births in 2023, and enhanced our capacity to respond to public health emergencies. Our healthcare strategy also includes attracting investments. Building a sustainable healthcare system requires government commitment and active private sector and international partner participation. Ghana has positioned itself as a favorable destination for health investments, with a stable political environment and robust legal framework. One of the key initiatives of my government is Agenda 111, launched in 2021 during the COVID pandemic. This ambitious project is constructing 111 hospitals nationwide, ensuring every district has a well-equipped facility for essential healthcare services. This initiative is not just about infrastructure, but also transforming our healthcare delivery to be more equitable and accessible. We've also invested heavily in other healthcare infrastructure, building new hospitals, upgrading existing facilities, and equipping them with state-of-the-art technology. Ghana is also integrating renewable energy into our healthcare infrastructure, with projects like the Solar Energy Initiative providing reliable electricity to hospitals. This aligns with our commitment to environmental sustainability and ensures uninterrupted healthcare services, particularly in rural areas. But infrastructure alone is not enough. We are aware that the success of our healthcare system reforms will depend on the quality of our healthcare professionals. We prioritize the training and retention of doctors, nurses, and other healthcare workers, ensuring that they have the skills and motivation to provide world-class care. We've also enhanced our medical education system, creating opportunities for young Ghanaians to pursue careers in healthcare and contribute to our national development. Ladies and gentlemen, our commitment to health extends beyond the traditional boundaries of healthcare delivery. We understand that health is influenced by a range of social, economic, and environmental factors. That is why we have adopted a holistic approach, addressing the social determinants of health through policies that promote education, clean water and sanitation, nutrition, and poverty eradication. We're implementing comprehensive programs to improve access to clean water and sanitation, recognizing their critical role in preventing disease and promoting overall well-being. By addressing these foundational issues, we're improving healthcare outcomes and laying the groundwork for sustainable development. However, our journey is far from over. We face new challenges, such as the rising burden of non-communicable diseases, the impact of climate change on health, and the need to build resilience against future pandemics. But we are not daunted. We remain committed to our vision of a healthy, prosperous Ghana, and we will continue to innovate, invest, and collaborate with partners across Africa and beyond to achieve our goals. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, let us reaffirm our commitment to the principle that wealth through health is a strategy for sustainable development. Let us learn from each other, share our experiences, and forge stronger partnerships to build a healthier, wealthier, and more prosperous future for our peoples. And Ghana stands ready to work with all of you to realize this vision. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Excellency President of the Republic of Ghana. We greet farewell to Your Excellency. Thank you for gracing us with this venue. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on to our second panel discussion of the day, taking the theme of mining cooperation with a focus on optimizing mining industry, opportunities and challenges in Indonesia and Africa. To guide us through this important discussion, please welcome our moderator to the stage, Managing Director, Africa at the Tony Blair Institute, Mr. Rishon Chimboza. And together with all speakers, we invite you all to come up to the stage. Minister of Minerals, Tanzania, His Excellency Anthony P. Mavunde. Deputy Coordinating Minister for Investment and Mining, Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Septian Hario Seto. General Manager of the Zimbabwe Mining Development Corporation, Mr. Engineer Blessed Chitambira. President Director, Indonesia Battery Corporation, Mr. Toto Nugroho. Let's give a warm applause once again for panel discussion 2. Mr. Moderator, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for that. So we may begin. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Rishon Chimboza, and I'm the Managing Director for Africa at the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. I'd like to welcome you to our panel entitled Optimizing the Mining Industry and How Both Africa and Indonesia Can Seize Opportunities Presented by Critical Resource Minerals. Before I introduce my esteemed panelists, I just want to provide some context to the discussion. Africa's mineral endowment is both diverse and abundant. As global demand for minerals rise, particularly those that are essential for renewable energy technologies, Africa's mining sectors are posed to play a crucial role in the global supply chain. The continent holds significant share of known global mineral reserves, including 92% of platinum, 56% of cobalt, 70% of manganese, and between 20 to 30% of global graphite reserves. In 2019, Africa produced almost 1 billion tons of minerals worth over $400 billion US. More importantly, as the world grapples with environmental challenges of climate change, the transition to a net zero economy stands out as the only feasible solution. Consequently, critical minerals have been rapidly positioned at the center stage of world competition and geopolitics, particularly amid the technological revolution and industrial green transformation that align with the goal of achieving a net zero future. For as long as I have worked with mining companies and engaged with the sector, the need for value addition and beneficiation on the continent has not abated. As the Tony Blair Institute has discovered across its work on critical mineral value chains, in pursuing this goal, international partnerships to share the benefits of sustainable technology innovation and financing will prove to be a pivotal game changer. The upcoming session that I'm about to start will delve into the landscape of Africa's mining industry, exploring both its immense potential and challenges that hinder its growth and sustainability. Harnessing resources effectively can be complicated due to a myriad of challenges. These challenges create an unpredictable environment that hampers investors' ability to engage in long-term planning and strategic investment, stifling the industry's potential for stable and robust growth. By fostering dialogue among stakeholders, including government, industry leaders, and civil society, this session aims to identify actionable strategies to enhance and maximize Africa's mining potential and opportunities. By doing so, the continent can unlock its mining potential in a manner that maximizes socio-economic benefits while safeguarding its natural environment for future generations. But before I begin the panel discussion, I want to introduce my panel. They all have fantastic biographies, but I'm not going to delve into each and every one of them. So to my left is His Excellency, Mr. Anthony Mavunde, who's the Minister of Minerals in Tanzania. Then sitting next to him is Mr. Septio Hario Seto, who is the Deputy Coordinating Minister for Investment and Mining in Indonesia.
Then to his left is Mr. Blessed Chitambira, who's the general manager of the Zimbabwe Mining Development Corporation, which is the state-owned mining entity in Zimbabwe. And then to my extreme left is Mr. Toto Nugroho, President Director of the Indonesia Battery Corporation. I'll stay true to my African roots and start off with our hosts, Mr. Seto. How have Indonesia and Africa been collaborating effectively to harness the vast mineral reserves for the development of renewable energy technologies? Also, what types of investment are needed from Indonesia to support Africa's mining sector in accelerating the development of the renewable energy industry? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think this is very important questions. Yeah, as you already mentioned, that Indonesia and Africa hold significant resources of the critical mineral that is important for the energy transition. Yeah, and I think based on that, we have to have a same understanding that these vast mineral resources has to be developed for prosperity of our people. In that case, I think in the case of Indonesia, we already started to develop our value-added industry, which I think on the mineral resources right now, we ban the export of the raw materials so that this commodity has to be processed in the country first before we can export to international market. Give you an example, in 2014, we export about 2.9 billion US dollar of nickel product, yeah, which is, I think, about 45% is nickel ore, yeah, which is the raw material. So since we do the ban of the export, yeah, for this raw material back in 2014 and 2020, right now our export of this nickel product has been increasing to about 34 billion US dollar. Yeah. So if you see the number is more than 10 times increase, yeah, in less than 10 years. Yeah. With this industry, we are able to develop our eastern part of Indonesia, which is, I think, previously is less developed compared to the western part. A lot of FDI coming into the region, and then I think it creates employment, it reduces poverty, so it creates prosperity for the people. Yeah. So I think this experience is something that we can share together with our African colleagues. Yeah. How we develop this value-added industry, what kind of environment and ecosystem that we need to set up, yeah, to attract those investment. Because at the end, if we just basically dig and export, yeah, without processing these minerals, creating significant value added for the country, then forever we will be always a mining country. Yeah. We cannot go into developed country becoming the industrial country. I think this is very important. You talk about the investment. I think yes, there are several companies coming out from Indonesia which already invest in Africa. In Zimbabwe, for example, this Indonesian company developed a huge industrial project over there. I think this is one of the key examples. But I guess one important thing that we can share is the lesson learned that we have from Indonesia for the last maybe 40, 50 years. We rely on the export of the raw material, but we did a significant transformation for the last 10 years to push for value-added industry in our country, and I think it's been very successful so far. Yeah. So I guess this experience and lesson learned is something that we can share together with our African colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Seto. And I just want to pick up on a point that you had raised around value addition and beneficiation, and also the journey that Indonesia has walked towards that. And I'm thinking of the Tanzania example, right? We're living in very, very different times. We can't ignore the geopolitical realities, especially around critical mineral resources. And we also can't ignore the reality around moving towards low carbon intensity economies. And to do that requires very strong decision-making and very strong leadership. So Your Excellency, can you just talk to me about how Tanzania is prepared to maximize its critical mineral resources to meet the demands of a low carbon economy? Thank you.
Thank you so very much, moderator, for having afforded me this opportunity. Now, because time is a luxury we can't afford, we have a comprehensive plan, but I'll just highlight on few areas which have more focus. Tanzania is one of the few countries in Africa which is endowed with abundant mineral resources. We have the range of minerals from metallic minerals to critical minerals to industrial minerals, as well as building minerals. Now, tapping the endowment that we have come up with a strategy of implementing a critical minerals value addition. One thing which is of utmost importance is the creation or advancing mineral development by ensuring that we have more knowledge on what we have underneath. This is exploration. Now, as we speak right now, we have only covered 16% of our country by high-resolution geophysical survey. So our aim is to cover 50% come the year 2030. And right now, we have seen the upsurge of our budget. The budget has increased threefold, and most of the money has been allocated to geological survey institution, where we are going to enhance exploration to make sure that we ascertain what we have underneath. So one of the biggest achievements that we are going to achieve soon is the purchase of an equipment that is an helicopter, which will fix with the geophysical survey equipment to scan the whole country. That is number one. But the second strategy is that we are building capacity of our people. We want our people to be skilled and to actually match with the growing demand of the critical minerals in the world, because you can't have a workforce which does not have specialized skills and critical minerals, and then you triumphant that you can achieve better results. So this is the area where we also put more focus. And the third area is we have the legal frameworks that prohibits the export of raw minerals, and we want the downstreaming of minerals to be conducted within Tanzania. And we have promulgated that in our laws, that no minerals will be exported unless it is processed within Tanzania. And we have one big project which is a model, and we have asked the other investors to emulate that model. We have the project of Kabanga Nickel in Tanzania, where the BHP company is involved. Now, the BHP company is going to construct a multi-metal refinery facility in Tanzania, where all the concentrates will be processed in Tanzania. So we have asked other investors as well to emulate that model. Besides, we have also enacted the law that, as I've said, prohibits the export of raw minerals, but we have also made bold statements, especially the one which I made during my budget session, that we'll never issue a special mining license to any investor unless he produces a comprehensive plan on how he'll add value within the country. So this is the second approach that we have taken. And the third approach that we have taken is ensuring the compliance of ESG on the issue of environmental protection, as well as social impact and the governance as a whole package. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Your Excellency. And I like the direction which this conversation is going, because it's a dose of pragmatism in terms of what is required to create incentives to invest sustainably within your mining sectors. This is both for Indonesia and Tanzania. But at the same time, the imperative for what I would call an enlightened national interest, which actually puts the country's interests front and center, but at the same time also prizes collaboration. You spoke about your country's diverse and vast mineral endowment, but I'm sure my colleague here from Zimbabwe would also attest that on a per capita basis, they also have a very vast mineral endowment. So I just want to take a step back from the conversation of value addition and beneficiation and just talk about the basics, right? The actual mineral resource. Mr. Chitambira, I would like to know what are the key critical mineral resources that present significant opportunities for exploration and development in Zimbabwe? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, for allowing me the opportunity to contribute. Zimbabwe hosts a lot of minerals. We have got more than 60 minerals, and out of the 60, 40 are only being mined in terms of production. That exactly opens up opportunities for exploration. There are a number of clusters in terms of mineral resources within the country. And the critical minerals we are talking about lithium, copper, nickel, gold, platinum, coal, among other minerals. Coming to, in terms of lithium, I think the whole country has got mineral resources of lithium that need to be turned into reserves through exploration. The country, in terms of lithium, it's actually a new venture which basically started in 2022. But already we have more than 7 big companies that are now involved in lithium mining, processing, and production. The country is poised to produce more than 1.5 million tons of lithium per annum. And in terms of the global position, we're likely to be the 5th largest producer of lithium in the world. And in Africa, we could be the first. Still, there are so many opportunities to do exploration in the country. And these exploration are likely to result in increased production. And I think by the year 2026, we could be reaching more than 2 million tons of lithium per annum. Coming to other minerals, we also have platinum. Our platinum is mainly centralized in what we call the Great Dyke mineralization, which is about 550 kilometers, spanning from the south to the north and the central region of the country. And this hosts a lot of minerals, including platinum. And currently we have got more than 4 companies that are actually mining for platinum. And there's potential for more if exploration is optimized for these critical minerals. We also have nickel and copper, which is in 3 clusters. The first cluster is in the Midlands, and still it has got potential for more exploration. And we've got other 3 clusters that are in the northern part of the country that also require further exploration. And with the demand of these critical minerals, particularly for the green energy technology, opportunities are so many for exploration to increase production of these minerals. These are just a few of the critical minerals that we have in the country. But like as I said, we have got more than 60 minerals in the country, and it's worth to take a note that exploration is key in getting to production. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Chitambira. And we can see the ingredients for a mining sector that is prosperous and that serves the needs of the country. And we're hearing them coming together from the enabling investment environment. Of course, having the natural resources, of course, is a prerequisite. And so is the need for having knowledge partners that you can collaborate effectively with, and hopefully you can get to the end result of extracting maximum benefit from those resources. And there's no better example than what IBC has done in Indonesia. So I'm going to move to you, Mr. Nugroho. And your journey as Indonesia has been a long one, with lots of school fees paid for you to get to the stage where you can kickstart your battery manufacturing capabilities. 2 questions for you. Firstly, what are the major infrastructure and investment challenges faced in the critical mineral sector, particularly in relation to mining and battery production? And then how can IBC address these challenges to ensure a stable and efficient supply chain? I would also like to know how IBC can align its strategies to meet the rising demand for critical minerals. Thank you.
Thank you for having us. So maybe I think to answer the question, I'd like to share how IBC was formed and the main vision. So first, it comes with the government policy of the downstreaming. As Pa Seto mentioned, we started doing the export ban of nickel resources. After that, there were investment in the NPI production and also the HPAL production to a huge amount. And what we are doing actually for the Indonesian Battery Corporation is to make sure the downstreaming process of our nickel resources is bringing the best value to the Indonesian government, but also where our place is in the global supply chain of battery materials. That is very important. So the strategy that we use is that we attract the investors. We have them to invest in Indonesia, all the way from the mining, smelting, precursors productions, cathode anodes, battery cells, and also recycling. So that's why we call it the end-to-end development of the battery cells here in Indonesia. So currently, we have 2 very good partners in terms of production in Indonesia. The most important thing is that what you can see, the investment, which is already in Indonesia, on the battery cells. LG has invested one of the biggest investment for battery cells production in Indonesia, 10 gigawatt hour. That equates to about 100,000 of EV cars per year. Also, our Chinese partner also have invested from upstream to downstream. So from the mining all the way to the cells and all the way to the recycling. And this investment is not small. It takes about $6 billion US to have this kind of investment to go all the way from upstream to downstream. So this is one of the infrastructure that we need. Battery, maybe you could see it's small, but it is a very complex process. It needs a lot of investment. It needs a lot of technology and know-how, going all the way from the mining and to the battery cells. So that's number one in terms of how do we actually make the investment work. What is important for us is that when we see the partners, we need to impose things to them saying that, yes, you can have our nickel resources, but you need to downstream Indonesia, let's say to a minimum of about, let's say 40%, we call it conversion to either battery materials or battery cells. So that's what we did the negotiation with our partners so that we get the downstreaming effect in Indonesia, but the partner also gets the value chain that is coming from Indonesia, will it be battery materials, precursors, or anode. This is something that they need. So that's for the first question. The other one is also is very important. How do we sustain in terms of sustainability of renewable energy? So when we were creating the lithium batteries that we produce from our mines, it's not just for the EV. One is for the energy storage solution. This is very important for countries such as Africa and Indonesia, where we had a lot of potential for solar panel or also from wind, where of course there's intermittency. And with the battery energy solution, this is one thing that can deliver the constant power for the development of electricity. One thing that I also note is that how do we actually cooperate between Africa and Indonesia? One of the great things about Africa and Indonesia, we really complement each other. We do have the nickel, but we do not have the graphite or the lithium. Africa do not have much nickel production yet, but you do have graphite, lithium, which we can collaborate in the future to make sure we have a stable supply chain. Hopefully that answered the question.
It does indeed. And I just want to go a bit deeper in terms of that question around actually building a domestic battery manufacturing industry. And there's lessons here to be learned in both directions, both for African nations and also for Indonesia in terms of how this could be done, because the journey is far from complete, right, on both sides of the equation. And also what's becoming apparent is that this move to low carbon intensity economies is actually an opportunity if we take advantage of it in a timely manner. So Mr. Seto, I just want to build on Mr. Nugroho's points on creating those domestic capabilities. How do you envisage Indonesia expanding the EV battery industry in Africa's market in a mutually beneficial way? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think building ecosystem of battery, electric vehicle battery and its electric vehicle, it's not the easy one. I can say this one because I think our experience here, after we fully understand the whole ecosystem, it involves a lot of process, it involves a lot of critical minerals. In one set of battery, for example, you do need lithium, you do need nickel, you do need cobalt, you do need manganese, you do need copper, you do need aluminum. And that's not only about the raw material, but it has gone through, it has to be processed using a different technology. So I think you need to start somewhere. In our experience in Indonesia, we start with nickel. So we develop the ecosystem for nickel processing that can be used as a material for the lithium battery. So in Indonesia right now we have a lot of facilities to produce nickel product for the lithium battery. And since about 2 years ago, actually, we are started to attract more investment that is important for the ecosystem of the lithium battery, but this is not on a nickel base. Yeah. So we are able to attract a lithium refinery, even though that the raw material we need to get from South America, from Australia. Yeah. We are able to attract copper foil. We are able to attract anode material. Yeah. So I think this is very important ecosystem for this lithium battery. So you need to start somewhere and you leverage this successful story to attract more investment on this ecosystem. I think this is very important. Number two is definitely you need to attract investment on the electric vehicle manufacturing. Yeah, without this electric vehicle manufacturing facility in the country, it's going to be very difficult for you to attract investment, for example, on the battery cell and the battery pack manufacturing. So different supply chain, different stage of the supply chain require different investment driver. Yeah. Some of this on the upstream and midstream will depend on the availability of the raw materials. But some of the process, like a battery cell, a battery pack, it's really depend whether you have a domestic EV manufacturing or not. So that's why I think in Indonesia, our policy, after we successfully develop the downstream, the upstream, the midstream, the raw material, the mining, then we start into this further downstream, into this industrial process of making electric vehicle and making battery cell. And for you to do that, then it's a whole different set of strategy and a whole different set of the investment incentive. It's nothing to do with the availability of the raw materials. I can say this one because we have done this one. So you need to trigger and improve the demand for the electric vehicle in your country, which means that you need to create an incentive for people to buy this electric vehicle. So I think I will stop there.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Seto. And it gives us a dose of reality, right, of what it actually takes to create that industry. And I spend a lot of time speaking with political leaders in my role right across the continent. And the majority of them speak of the desire, right, to move further downstream. But what's real and what needs to be acknowledged is that each and every country has its role to play within the supply chain. And that realization is incredibly important because it's what also directs the energy and the focus of the leadership towards figuring out what part of the value chain that additional investment should be in. And we've spoken a lot about the geological, the geophysical, technical requirements, access to markets, but a really, really important part of this recipe is looking at the role of private capital in actually developing the industry. So I'm going to come to you, Mr. Chitambira. Zimbabwe has a long history of value addition and beneficiation, which has required private sector engagement. How do you collaborate with the government as a state-owned entity, as well as the private sector to enhance investment opportunities?
Thank you, moderator. Yes, indeed, Zimbabwe is endowed with minerals, and we have walked the journey of value addition. And coming to critical minerals, like what one of the panel speakers said, we need to take some steps, and we have begun taking those steps, starting with processing, particularly on lithium, where we have said no export of raw chrome or raw ore of lithium. It has to be processed to spodumene concentrate first. But there shall come a time where we need to process and value add the spodumene concentrate into lithium salts, so that we can follow the value chain of lithium to electric vehicles or in batteries. And as a result of that, Zimbabwe is looking also for investment to come into play through private-public partnerships, which we encourage as a state-owned entity and also as government, where we need to value add our mineral from spodumene concentrates to lithium salts, either lithium sulfate, lithium monohydrate, or lithium carbonate, which eventually will go to the value chain of producing the batteries and also the green technology. So in terms of collaboration, we basically, as government, form what we call private-public partnership, where the investors come and they contribute in terms of foreign direct investment, and we also contribute our resource. And at the end of the day, after a full feasibility study, we then sit down with investors and engage for a win-win cooperation in terms of development of these critical minerals. Like I said, Zimbabwe is open for business. We encourage these investors, and after through due diligence, we can then form these partnerships that are beneficial to everyone. So we are actually inviting investors to also come into play in terms of development of these critical minerals, and at the end of the day, we can then do value beneficiation, which is beneficial to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. And from one state-owned entity to another, and I'll move to you, Mr. Nugroho. How does IBC intend to leverage downstreaming opportunities in combination with Africa's mining resources to drive sustainable economic growth and technological advancement for both Africa and Indonesia?
Yes, thank you. So as I mentioned before, one of the things which is very good for Indonesia and Africa, we are complementary in terms of the battery EV ecosystem. As you can see, the main drivers for battery is nickel, cobalt, manganese, lithium, and graphite. For sure, in Indonesia, we do have the nickel. We have a little bit of cobalt and mangan. But it's very important for us to work together to have the other solution regarding the graphite anodes and also to some extent phosphate from Morocco. That's one thing that, of course, we can collaborate because here Indonesia do not have all the resources. Again, we need to work with the lithium producers also. So that's one thing which is complementary. The other one is the geopolitical issue. As you know, there are 3 main demand centers in the world, the US, China, and also Europe. Now, if in terms of Indonesia and Africa, I think we can collaborate together to really be supplier to all of these 3 major partners. If we stay geopolitically independent, that's always been Indonesia's stance, is that we really want to be the supplier to the entire value chain in the world. So being Indonesia and Africa, we can see that whatever we can produce collaboratively, this can really be one of the things which is wonderful for us, is not just from the mineral side, but geopolitically we can support these 3 main demand centers with productions that we have in Indonesia and Africa. The main problem that we have is each of the countries that have these resources wants to downstream in their own country. But if we do this, this will be detrimental for all of us because we are not going to be supplying the value chain of the global materials for battery cell, but we are competing. But if we can find a way to really collaborate on this issue, then we can find a solution. I think there needs to be a high-level G2G discussion first on aligning this agenda, and also, but after that, it's a B2B discussion between countries, SOE or private. And what is one of the most important thing is that we still need partners. Because in terms of technology, financing, and also from the capability of resources to do this, we really do need to talk to the OEM or the major battery producer players.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Nugroho. And I want to pick up on some of your points as I come to you, Your Excellency, in terms of we've heard the steps that need to be taken for you to move further downstream. We've discussed the various ingredients that are that are required with regards to this. We've also spoken about increased collaboration between Indonesia and Africa. And often with these forums, which are incredibly powerful for sharing experiences, their efficacy often lies in the follow-up, right? And I do see this being the genesis of a conversation which has very, very strong follow-up actions. So what I would want to know from you, Your Excellency, what are the practical steps that are actually required to move these discussions of collaboration between Indonesia and Africa into something real and something tangible? And I know this is a very bold ask, given that you're speaking on behalf of the continent, so your colleagues on the audience will be listening very intently. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Moderator, for having given me this opportunity again. First of all, I must admit that I'm very much flabbergasted with the speed growth of the mining sector in Indonesia. It's really amazing. When you're reading from the numbers in years back and to date, it goes without saying that this sector prospers a lot in this region. So it's a place where we can borrow a leaf, and it's a place where we can come and benchmark on how Indonesia has successfully improved and managed to actually conduct the downstream processes within the country, and it has been very successful, and the country is now reaping the benefits out of mining sector. Now, speaking on behalf of African continent, as you have so asked me to do, first of all, we must agree that Africa is a home to more than 30% of the world's known critical minerals. But Africa is not a home to industries that add value to these minerals. Now, there are serious steps which have to be taken for us to reap benefit out of this sector. Because in agriculture, we can just simply say that Africa is a breadbasket, but we shouldn't be breadbasket again. Africa must now optimize the resources that we have and make sure that our countries benefit out of that. Now, going to that path, there are stages and the critical actions which we have to take. One, which I've learned from Indonesia, is the steadfast leadership. You have a very steadfast leadership which actually superintended what the mining sector gives, and actually you have reaped the benefits because of the leadership that you have, and you have made the statements and you have walked by your statements, and this has helped the country to actually advance in a very speedy way. The second thing is that we must have a proper legal framework. In Indonesia, it took them about years to fully ban the export of raw minerals. It's not an easy task. It requires a lot of dedication, a lot of commitment, and they've managed that. Now, this is the takeaway for we African countries to learn from Indonesia, that if you put a proper legal framework, it can lead you to this way. As I indicated earlier, that in Tanzania, to be particular, we have been following this path. We have enacted a law which actually requires that no raw minerals should be exported outside the country without having been processed. So this is a step which should be emulated by most of the African countries for us to succeed. The second thing is that we must have skilled workforce. We cannot actually achieve what we want if we don't have a skilled workforce. We know that transition to low carbon energy requires specialized skills, but I think now this is high time that we improve our curriculum, we improve our model of training, and build a very strong academic institutions to agree with how the world needs right now. So this is also very important. And the third thing is the conducive environment to captivate investment into our African countries. This is very key. Now, we have this very honest and honest partner from Indonesia, as the Deputy Minister has intimated that they have abundant resources in some commodities, especially nickel and others which has mentioned. But still, Africa has a room to captivate investment, collaborating with Indonesia, especially on those areas where we have more resources. For example, we all know that graphite is in dire need right now in the world. And the requirement of graphite annually, the global demand, is 6.5 million metric tons. But the production of graphite annually is 1.2 metric tons. China has the largest share of production globally, 64%. The second country is Madagascar, and the third one is Mozambique. They're all found in Africa. So I think this is the high time now we capitalize on what we have and to ensure that they benefit our continent. And the last thing I think which we also need to learn from Indonesia is improvement of infrastructure. and power stability, that's very key in developing mining sector. And as I've said, that we have to borrow a leaf from Indonesia, from how they came from to where they are now, because it's a very good story, it's a nice story to hear, and I think we African countries can easily emulate and strengthen collaboration with Indonesia on areas of interest. I thank you so very much for having given me this opportunity.
Thank you. And just to conclude our panel, just some thoughts that I've gathered from the conversation that we've just had. First and foremost, we've got two leaders of organizations and institutions from across the African continent, and here I'm referring specifically to you, Your Excellency, and my colleague there from ZMDC. And the conversation is moving from one of a client relationship to one of partnership. When I also look at my two colleagues from Indonesia, there are lessons to be learned, but there's also an appreciation that Africa has something to bring to the table. And the ideal outcome from a conversation like this is one where we realize that we are in unprecedented times. The green energy revolution, the geopolitics of the world, and also from an African perspective, Africa's increasing confidence to speak on a global stage and also to realize maximum value from its resources. But there's no better platform to have this conversation than between two partners who have a very, very similar history, even though we are separated by very vast geographies. For most countries, a very similar mineral endowment, and also just the simple complexity and diversity of our countries. So there's many things that unite us and that allow us to relook at our positioning as both Africa and Indonesia within this current moment that we're living in to make the most of our mineral resources. And there have been many conversations across the various commodity super cycles around value addition and beneficiation. And there tends to be a repetitive nature to these discussions. But I do feel now it's a very, very different time. And to quote Shakira, I think now is the time for Africa. And I also think for Indonesia as well, now is the right time to be engaging with Africa. There's a very, very strong appetite to be engaging with countries that do look at the continent as an economic opportunity and also as a partner that brings something robust to the table. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give our round of applause once again for our panel discussion number 2. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're now moving into the third panel discussion of the day, economic transformation with a focus on the sub-theme Unlocking Capital Flows, Strengthening Industrialization, Empowering SMEs in Africa and Indonesia for Sustainable Growth. To guide this critical discussion, our moderator for this session is the Head of Digital Financial Development, Indonesia's Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Pandu Syahrir. And may we invite together to come up to the stage the speakers, Minister of Women Affairs, Community, Small and Medium Enterprises Development Zimbabwe, Her Excellency Monica Mutsvangwa, Minister of Knowledge Economy Startups and Micro Enterprises Algeria, His Excellency Yassin El Mahdi Owalid, Managing Director, Indonesia Exim Bank, Mr. Wahyu P. Wibowo, Minister of Trade and Industry Rwanda, His Excellency Prudence Sebahizi, Chairman of Indonesia Employers Association APindo, Ms. Shinta W. Hamdani, Professor Emerging Market Program Dyson School, Cornell University, Professor Iwan Jaya Aziz. May we have everyone on stage, please? And ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to welcome Mr. Moderator, the floor is yours.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. I know this is the toughest panel because it's 3:30 in the afternoon, and I know you have had such a fruitful meeting. First, before we begin, I want to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for hosting this occasion. I know that this is a celebration of the relationship, but also the next journey of our relationship on not just being a diplomatic relationship, but becoming more of a fruitful economic relationship. And I know each one of you have served in a variety of panels, so I want to make today more energetic. And I've had the pleasure to see some of you beforehand to have a short discussion. And I want to center around SME. I just have a reminder, among the Indonesian speakers here, I'm a bit nervous. One of them, the lady on the far left, is my current boss. She's the chairwoman of APindo, which is one of the largest business organizations which I serve under her. But more importantly, next to me is the leading Indonesian economist who's a very close friend of my late father and a good friend of my mother. So I cannot say anything too naughty and ask him anything hard. So that's why there is a special relationship on this, and I want to make sure that whatever 1 hour we spend together will be fruitful. So why don't I begin the way I will do it from you, Pa Iwan, Professor Iwan, and then I will go down the list. And maybe I'll ask a question, but maybe perhaps a minute or two of the answer, Pa, given that everyone here are leading experts in their field. So, Pa Iwan, perhaps you can share one of the topics today is about the growth of SMEs and how can SMEs collaborate more on the global south. Perhaps just big picture, Pa, to set today's discussion. What is your view? And perhaps you can share to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Bandu. Let me first thanks the MOFA for inviting me to this very, very important event to celebrate the 69th year of the collaboration between Africa and Asia in general, in particular with Indonesia. So, 1 minute answer to that is that I think in the future, the more important is not so much how to create jobs with regards to the SME, but it's more on how to raise the productivity of SME. And I notice, I look at the data, and this is happening both in Asia as well as in Africa, because the so-called structural change that has been traditionally featured by the reallocations of labor from low productive agriculture to industrial sector, it's not happening. In fact, it happens only up to early 2000s or even late 1990s. Since then, most of the reallocations are moving towards services sector. And the not so good development is that that very services sector suffer from relatively low productivity. So in conclusion, if the SMEs in both Indonesia as well as Africa is going to be more productive, that will be the answer in the future years. So it's not so much creating employment or creating jobs, but more how to increase the productivity. And many of those SME are now working in the services sector, especially in the retail trade.
Thank you, Professor. Go to you, Madam Minister. With respect to Zimbabwe, perhaps you can also share the development in the SME, in particular because you have multiple role here, particularly in the women-led enterprise. How is it contributing to your industrialization process? If you have an example or two, perhaps you can share with us.
Thank you, moderator, and I want to say I'm very honored to be part of this esteemed panelists for such an important topic to talk about SMEs. SMEs are really the pulse of the economy of a lot of countries, and in my country in particular, they are playing a very big role in terms of making sure that they create employment for the people, and also they are actually supporting the bigger companies, the big corporates are being supported by SMEs. The biggest challenges which they have as SMEs is financial support, and we are actually trying to talk to commercial banks who in the past have never really considered SMEs as a customer. They have always considered them as risky, but now we are seeing more and more commercial banks, big banks, coming on board, coming up with good products for our SMEs. And we are actually happy to be in Indonesia, in a place where we know that SMEs have been supported and they're playing a very critical role. And what we're looking for here as a minister in charge of SMEs is to make sure that we get investment. We have got SMEs in my country who are into agriculture, and you know we have got fertile land in our country. We have got SMEs who are in mining gold. I think the question to ask when you talk of Zimbabwe mineral resources is what mineral we don't have. Otherwise, we have more than 60 minerals. So a lot of SMEs are into gold mining, into lithium mining. They do have claims, but what is lacking is good infrastructure, good equipment. We have lost a number of youth due to unsafe gold mining. And so we are looking at investors in Indonesia to come over and invest in equipment and in other, all the insurance, security, so that when our young people go to mine, they can come home safe. Mothers suffer when their children go to mine. Wives are always worried about their husbands when they go mining because of the insecurity. So this is where we are talking about insurance. Big investment is required, joint partnership. Gold in our country, when we regularized artisanal miners, before police were always chasing artisanal miners in my country. But when we said, no, these are very important to the economy. Right now, we are producing 40 tons of gold. 60% of, per year that is, 60% of that gold is being mined by SMEs. So the importance of SMEs cannot be overemphasized. What they require, decent workspace, what they require, financial inclusion, they need to be supported so that they eventually grow, and this is particularly what we are doing. And I also carry the mandate of empowering women, and naturally so, that's why this SMEs is under my mandate, because 56% of SMEs in my country are women. So women, when you empower them, we know what happens to the nation. When you empower a woman, you have empowered the whole family. When you empower a man, you have empowered an individual. We know that.
Thank you. That's a very thoughtful answer. I'll turn to you, Your Excellency, Minister Yassin. For some of you that have not read the profile, it's a very interesting ministry that you have, which is, I'll read it, Minister of Knowledge Economy, Startups and Micro Enterprises. Perhaps you can share a bit about the mandate, and also how are you transforming the knowledge economy sector in your country?
Thank you. So I think the the most appropriate word to describe my ministry is, I usually call it a startup. So the ministry itself is a kind of startup. So it's a newly created ministry. My team is almost entirely composed of very young individuals coming from the private sector, average age of 29.
Wow, very young. 29.
It's quite young. And our focus is mostly on innovation and entrepreneurship. Our role since the creation of this ministry and my appointment was to build, put in place public policies that can empower young entrepreneurs to thrive and also to promote innovation and the digital economy. We have been very active in the last few years into implementing these public policies. It includes incentives for startups and innovators. The so-called, in Africa we have the so-called Startup Acts. In Nigeria we don't call it Startup Act, but we are providing a lot of incentives, including, tax exemption and also funding. We launched a few years ago a fund called the Algerian Startup Fund, which is investing around $500 million in early-stage startups, tickets between $50K to $1 million per startup. We're also providing a lot of support for the startups to scale outside of the national borders and to help them to access new markets abroad. We believe that scalability is something that is very important. At international level and the African level, we also try to make the African market a better place for startups. And we do work a lot on economic integration through an initiative we launched 3 years ago called the African Startup Conference, in which we try, with the help of other governments and ministers in charge of startups, to build a more harmonious regulatory framework for startups in Africa. I think I will stop here because my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Pak Wahyu, with respect to Indonesia Exim Bank, I think this is very important for a lot of the business sector that are now looking at the variety of opportunities among the African states. How are you thinking, Pak, the strategy, short-term strategy, in terms of supporting the development of the companies as well as SME, especially in the export initiatives and program, Pak, for the purpose of this event?
Well, the key word for the SME is empowerment. We give empowerment to the SME because SME is facing many problems. First is about the continuity of the product, the quality of the product, the quantity of the product, and the consistency. Because sometimes, the SME, once they got the order, a big number, they are not ready. They are not ready yet. So that's why empowerment is very important. So what we do at Indonesian Exim Bank is according to the law number 2, 2009, basically we give financing for exporters. Number 2, we give a guarantee. Number 3, insurance. And number 4 is advisory. The number 4 advisory is mostly for the SME. Even though we also, in terms of financing, we finance also SME as well as big corporation. And as I said, that empowerment is the key for that. So we have a program, so what we call a CPNE, what we call is a coaching program for new exporters. It's basically we coach the SME and open up the market using the marketing hand holding, so that we arrange event, we arrange trade expo, we arrange many things to make sure that the SME will meet the buyers from Africa, from Europe, from Australia, from US. And when I see the numbers, actually, there are more and more SME, they're doing a business to Africa. And I can say that in our portfolio, we have 16% of our debtors. They do business to Africa. They export to 49 countries in Africa. And I think the number, when I see the trend from year to year, is going to increase. So I think this is very, very positive. But again, the key word is the empowerment. And we also build what we call is Desa Devisa, we call it in Bahasa. This one is actually a village. and we empower them, we educate them, that village to produce something or to farm something. In Bali, we have a cacao, for example. Cacao, this is a village. We help them, empowerment them, so that they are able to export the cacao. We give them finance, we give them education and all of those things. So, in short, actually, I believe that with this collaboration, I think Indonesia will be, will be able to move and then to have a better and a greater collaboration with Africa countries. And Indonesian Exim Bank is here to help.
Thank you, Pak. Maybe next, Minister Prudence, we spoke before, Your Excellency, with respect to the success of Rwanda being the Singapore of Africa. At least that's what we read here on the newspaper, through the social media. Perhaps you can share your vision, and in terms of how do you unlock capital as well as driving industrialization in your country, especially for the SME?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, to understand the context, Rwanda's economy is predominantly made or run by small and medium enterprises. More than 90% of our businesses are owned by small and medium enterprises, and the contribution of those SMEs cannot be overemphasized. They contribute to more than 30% of our GDP, and we are aware of the challenges that they face. Of course, one of them is the access to finance. Access to finance due to difficulties in the process of accessing loans, but also the cost of funding in commercial bank. What Rwanda as a country has done is to set up a fund. We call it a Business Development Fund that is dedicated to supporting small and medium enterprises. The second biggest challenge is lack of skills and also lack of capacity to meet international standards when they participate in the manufacturing process. We've set up institutions that build the capacity of our small and medium enterprises, that assist them to meet the standards requirement, and also facilitate them to access international markets. And the third one, which I think is general, is access to global markets and integration to regional and global value chains. And there is a lot to be done in this sector to assist our small and medium enterprises to scale up, because at the level of operation, it's not easy for them to operate at regional or global level. More than 80% of their production is sold on the local market, so they don't tap into opportunities of global markets. Thank you.
Thank you. It's actually a very good theme that is each of the ministers have been speaking with respect to access to capital, productivity, that's also mentioned by the professor, and obviously the challenges faced in terms of human capital in each of the respective country. Now I turn to Bushinta, who's my boss. In Apindo, for those that don't know, historically Apindo has focused a lot on labor and human capital issue, and how do you make the human capital competitiveness in Indonesia to be up to the global standard. Right, Bushinta? Am I okay? So, Ibu, perhaps from Indonesia's case, perhaps you can share your vision in during your leadership and in the next 5 years. Where do you see the challenges and the opportunity with respect to the labor situation or the human capital situation in Indonesia?
Yes. First of all, thank you very much for this opportunity to share the Indonesian story. But I think I have to also applaud the foreign ministry that has specifically address the SMEs in this panel, because as you've seen, SME is a big part for both economies in African countries as well as Indonesia. And when we talk about SMEs, obviously human capital development is a big part of it. I know Pak Iwan mentioned about it's not just creating employment, but in a way, Indonesia, with the way it's moving now in creation of jobs, we cannot sufficiently provide enough jobs from the industry. So whatever it is, we have to develop more our SMEs. And 97% of Indonesian economy is SMEs. And therefore now the focus has been how we can develop more entrepreneurs, SMEs, including startups. And I think there's a number of, I mean, if we look at opportunities, obviously, you know, we have 270 million people. I mean, we look at right now, everybody who's not able to go into the formal sector will go to the informal sectors, right? So Indonesia right now, if you look at the structure of our manpower, basically more are in the informal sector, which is 59% more than informal sector. So one thing that we need to address is how do we then move these people from the informal sector to the formal sectors. And when we talk about the development of the SMEs, there's a number of challenges. I think first, there are many that has been discussed, but I want to touch specifically on one is on the regulatory framework, right? And I think government play a very big role, and I'm sure in many of the African countries is similarly. How do you provide the right regulatory framework in development of these SMEs? And Pandu, I think one thing that we know for sure is SME cannot be over-licensing, over-regulated. I mean, they cannot even take care of their own business. If they have to start having tons of licensing to process, they will not be able to develop their business, right? So I think we need to address this very clearly. And actually, Indonesian government has started with the law of job creations. We have started looking into the structural reform in making everything much simpler for SMEs. But unfortunately, I think on the implementation is something that we need to support. And this is where big corporation can also, support the SMEs. But the second is the market access that I want to address. And market access is not just to the global market. I always say the first market access is even to the domestic market. We cannot even have sufficient support on that. And that putting the SMEs into the value chain of the big corporations. I think that's one thing. And putting SMEs into, for example, now we have the e-catalog and so forth, that helps providing new market access. So innovation, digitalization, of course, is a big thing for our SMEs. And this is where, when we put up all the capacity buildings and so forth, that carry through the innovation and digitalization. During the pandemic, I think they lost 60% of their revenue, and they start adapting how to build through the e-commerce. So this is a very, very big point on, digital literation, but also putting them into the access market on the digital aspect. So many of this also including the last point, which is the human capital itself, the skills. Right? And we talk about skills, it's also, we're looking into basic skills like even bookkeeping, things like that. And that's a lot of program that we are currently doing also in Apindo, because the basic skill of SMEs is important. We want to develop the quality of the SMEs. You're right, Pak Iwan, it's not just about creation of job, but how our SME can night class, we call it, go to the next level, because we want their business to sustain. It's not just creating new SMEs, but also to sustain them so their business can last longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Iwan. You've heard some of the comments from our ministers as well as from Bushinta. I guess short term, but what do you think are the key strategies that all of us can do today to face these challenges that perhaps you can share with us?
Yeah, this is like any other development issues. So when we're talking about MSME, by the way, I'm not using SME but MSME because majority are the first M, which is micro, basically. Take, for example, in Indonesia, 99% of business establishments are MSME. But out of that 99%, 99% are micro. So overall, if you put it together, 99 by 99, it's about 98% of the business establishment are micro. So this is the reasons why the concern should be, yes, of course, creating job, but create productive job. And here is the reason. Because if I look at the trend of the growth of productivity in many developing countries, the growth has been declining. I'm not talking about the level. I'm talking about the growth has been declining. So the challenge is how to reverse that trend. And the fact that majority of the employment, because we are talking about human here, right? We are concerned about raising the standard of living, not about maximizing GDP, maximizing investment, but raising the standard of living of the majority. And majority of them are moving towards manufacturing and services. The problem is that dualism. Within the manufacturing sector, you have high capital incentive, high technology use, but majority of them are MSME. Productivity are low. Services, the same thing. In this country, 87% of the services sector employment are MSME. And again, they are low productivity. So I'm glad to hear about the plan that Apindo and other government has been trying to really improve, not just creating job, but creating productive job. That is the future of the country. And as I said, I'm just reading about the case of Africa. I'm not expert on Africa, but I've been reading about it. Similar challenge, how to increase the productivity. Why productivity is important? Because we don't want to just improve the current or short-term conditions. We want to make sure that everything that we are doing will be sustainable. The only indicator for sustainability is you improve the productivity. So that's the reasons why I really emphasize the importance for increasing the productivity of MSME. They are the largest players in terms of the number of people, and they are unfortunately still having low productivity.
Following up on that, Madam Minister, talking about productivity, how are you using the leverage? Because I think some of the speakers have touched a bit on technology. How are you thinking about technology to help drive growth and productivity among the SME sector in your country?
Thank you, moderator, and once again, thank you to the audience. I must say, technology, everybody has embraced it in our country. Digital rights have become rights, like human rights. And as such, we as a ministry, as a government, we have actually taken it upon ourselves to train people. It's not just a matter of availing financial assistance, but technical assistance to train our SMEs, digital skills, will make them sustainable. We saw that during COVID-19, many SMEs who were able to do e-commerce, e-market, they survived. But those companies who were not able to use digital skills, they actually died. And I want to say also, as I said, SMEs are akin to economic blood transfusion arteries and veins for any economic development of any country. And in my country, we have taken it upon ourselves that it's not just about government supporting SMEs, but it's both government, civil society, private sector. We are working together to make sure that we come up with the interventions which SMEs need. Workspace. When we look at local authorities, it is important to avail land to small and medium enterprises so that at least they can put their money for building infrastructure. Because when that happens, local authorities can actually collect revenue. When that happens, the Ministry of Treasury can collect revenue. So it's a win-win situation. Also, the government is actually facilitating establishment of innovation hubs because we don't want to continue to bring students, churn out a lot of students out of university who are job seekers, but we want job creators, and that has helped a lot. And she said it clearly that it is about about supporting them so that they grow. We do not want the SMEs to continue to remain as SMEs, but to make them grow so that they become big corporate companies. A formal economy is all what we intend to get to, but that needs support. And I'm happy to say in my country, the government is working very closely with private sector, which was never the case before. And the private sector, even the banks, they are realizing that if they leave out SMEs, they do that at their own peril, because that's where the money is. So we are happy to be moving and supporting, continue to support SMEs.
Thank you, Madam Minister. It's fantastic in terms of the support, especially the vision of growing them to become big corporation. Mr. Minister, we spoke about this before a little bit, and I think I wanted to touch on this because where your country is located is so close to a developed country, meaning Western Europe. And there's always a discussion, and I think topical today, about the movement of human capital. Some call it brain drain, some call it brain gain. So what's your view of having more brain gain for your country and your vision in the next few years?
Definitely the topic of brain drain, I think it should be on the top of our agendas, because we cannot consider to have a sustainable development in our continent in Africa without addressing this issue of brain drain. As you mentioned, Algeria has been suffering from brain drain for decades for many reasons. One of them is the fact that we are very close to Europe, but other reasons include the fact that we do also produce every year high-quality engineers and people that tend to speak at least 3 languages. So it's kind of easy for them to go abroad. With the startups, I think one of the other KPIs that we should really think of is that startups are also creating a competitive environment that is encouraging people to stay in their country and other talented people to go back to the country to create jobs and wealth and what we call brain gain. I was talking earlier about startups, but SMEs in general in Algeria, we have been putting in place public policies to empower SMEs and to encourage people to create enterprises. And we have been putting a lot of money on the table. Under the umbrella of our ministry, we have, for example, an agency that gave about 20 billion of zero guarantee and interest-free loans for micro-enterprises in the last 20 years. And we understood that at the end of the day that the most important thing when you put in place public policies is not the amount of money you put on the table, but on the fact that you should invest in the right entrepreneurs. And also the fact that talented people should create companies and not job seekers. So there were, in the last few years, a paradigm shift in Algeria, and that's why we are moving from public policies that basically tried to address the unemployment problems by creating companies to public policies that try to encourage talented people, engineers, to create startups and to create companies that at the end of the day will help us to move from a resource-based economy to a knowledge-based economy.
That's actually very good, Minister. In Indonesia, the last 10 years, we've been receiving a lot of brain gain because of the growth of startup, the excitement of startup, and what's interesting, the generation that entered the workforce 10 years ago have now chosen to go to startup or build a business rather than go to established company. So it's really a big shift in mindset. So I applaud you for pushing that, because Indonesia has been a positive case of how the young now are willing to take risks rather than scared of making mistakes. So that's something that I think has been, at least a generation after me has been adopting and embracing. Pak Wahyu, a question to you is in terms of how are you envisioning also Exim Bank, given the excitement that we have in today's discussion and promoting SME, how are you seeing your role as a bank to help foster this and finance these activities among Indonesian companies into the relevant countries?
Well, the key word here is connecting the dots. So we are here to connect the dots between the producers and also the buyers through the marketplace. So we are developing a marketplace to help the buyers in Africa and all over the world to see Indonesian product, and then from there they can choose, and then what kind of product, and then we connect to the buyers, and then they can pay also through the payment gateway that we are developing. So hopefully we can launch quite soon about that. But talking about the people, about the human resources, about productivity, like what Professor Iwan said, there has been a discussion among the HR professionals recently about artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence replace the human resources? Will the technology will replace? What happened is now is there are some shifting of jobs. There are jobs that can be done even better by ChatGPT, by other artificial intelligence that can just do it like that. And when is the human intervention about that? What is going to be in our employment? Of course, the 90% or 80% of our employment is basically SME, but will SME will be shifting from the, quote unquote, just physical work into the brain, into the more sophisticated work. So that's the challenge that we are facing also. So I think the role of us here in this room and also in Indonesian Exim Bank is actually first to define what kind of things that we can help the local producers, the local people in Indonesia to connect to other people using not only just more traditional things but moving toward more technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Excellency, you introduced at great length your vision with respect to your country. Perhaps you can share short-term the key challenges the small medium enterprise are facing today, and how's your government trying to address those issues?
Let me come back to the issue of technology, because globally we are facing two mega trends. If not looked at carefully, our SMEs are going to be kicked out of the market. One of them is the fourth industrial revolution. The second one is what we call green revolution. The biggest challenge which I see that our small and medium enterprises are going to face is the lack of skills and how to quickly adapt to the quickly changing global environment. And there are two ways of addressing those challenges. Of course, one of those being building the capacity through training programs. But I think most importantly, as I said, our countries are made of more than 90% of SMEs in the business. And when you look at the nature of our economies, services contributing more than 60%, agriculture closer to 40%, and then you have a small portion of industry in manufacturing. So the only way you can allow our small and medium enterprises to access global technology is by attracting investors. Big companies that will come and invest in our countries and share technology to our small and medium enterprises, and also allow them to grow. This morning, when my president was addressing the high-level session, he invited Indonesian businesses to come to Rwanda, and you have said it, Rwanda is the Singapore of Africa. We have created the business environment for everyone, not only for small and medium enterprises, but also for big investors. And I think one of the strategies that we have to adopt is to bring in bigger investors with new technologies, so that our small and medium enterprise can learn by doing. They can get vertically integrated into the value chains with the local big companies. So I think that's the third strategy I would like to add, in addition to financing and building the capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. That's actually quite comprehensive. And this is something also I would like to ask Bushinta, given your previous comment as well with respect to the job creation law and the challenges that are faced by the existing human capital that we have. Where do you see Apindo, I think, play a role in the upskilling of human capital and also fulfilling the need? And I think that's one of the things that's been pushed by our current president and obviously the president-elect on the theme of energy transition, the digital infrastructure, and the technology. Those are both challenges and opportunities. How are you thinking that Apindo can play a role in that?
Yeah, first of all, I think what we are trying to do in Apindo, because we encompasses our membership, all businesses from big to small, medium enterprises. And actually, Apindo started with the big businesses, but we realized at the end of the day, we can't be just an organization of big businesses. So the small, medium enterprises has to be part of it. Now, one thing for sure is, at least what we are doing right now is working with the next government, because it's important when every 5 years election times comes. Of course, new government will come up also with new policies, right? So first and foremost, what Apindo is doing is we always prepare every 5 years a roadmap, economic roadmap, that we presented to the next government. So what does this consist? You know, there's a lot of analysis, economists, you know, doing, but I think what's important is inputs from the businesses. Because at the end of the day, we are the one on the ground that actually doing the economic activities. So what we prepare is we did a survey of over 2,000 companies, but it's not just regular survey of, it's a really in-depth survey. So our roadmap consists of inputs, policy recommendations from sectoral and cross-sectoral. And this includes which policy has worked, which needs to be improved, you know, very, very detailed. And then we had a very intensive discussion with the President-elect economic team. This is very, very important. We don't want government to reinvent the wheel. What's good, we want to continue. What's still not work out, we need to improve. So I think that is an important input that we have to fit in to the next government. Then you talk about implementation. Always, Pandu, the problem has, I don't know with African countries, but at least with Indonesia, one thing is always between policies and actually executing it. So implementation, there's definitely a big gap. And this is why we can no longer talk about, you know, how things, yeah, I mean, we can complain. There are many things to be complained about. But at the end of the day, what businesses needs to provide is also solutions. And when we talk about solution, it's very, very specific solution on, you know, for example, when we talk about licensing, you know, we have now the one single sufficient licensing, which is supposed to integrate all that online, which is very, very good. But why? There's still issues in the implementation. So this is all connected also with the ease of doing business and so forth. But it's not about just productivity, but also about the high-cost economy that we need to address. So many of these inputs are incorporated. Then we look at, you know, specifically issues on how they get in implementation, which, you know, ministries that we provide input, how the nomenclature can rise, but also a unit that can really address a lot of the debottlenecking issues. And I think this is something very concrete that needs to be addressed by the government together with the businesses. So we are all about collective action and collaboration, because at the end of the day, government cannot do it alone, businesses cannot do it alone, civil society definitely can't do it. So how this collaborating aspect can work with specific concrete solution that needs to be addressed. And that's where Apindo comes in with specific programs that is addressing this. And I want to just end by saying that what is important is also we can't work on a silo. Many times we work, even businesses, we work on silos. The big businesses say this, small, medium enterprises. So we need to somehow find a way of conclusion on how we can all work together and come up with the best solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu. That's why she's my chairwoman. She's very passionate in addressing our government, and I think most of us follow your lead, Ibu. And I think the key point there is execution. And how do we execute that vision? We are now about 75% in. This will be my last set of questions. Thank you. Everyone seems so excited listening to all of us here. But maybe what I will do, I will ask Pak Iwan maybe to set the hope, because this is really the first set where we're talking all mainly economic issues and trade issues of how can we work together. The way I see it, as though we're establishing the friendship. From the friendship, then we build the trust, and from that trust, we build a stronger bond together. Pak Iwan, perhaps you can advise us as well in terms of the policies. How can policies help us make closer, especially in terms of economic ties, Pak?
Thank you. It so happened that the last 3 years I've been asked by the Indonesian institutions, in particular the central bank, to study the role of the MSME. And, you know, I found that usually the case is the problem is clear, the solution is not. But here, I noticed the problem is clear, solution is also clear, the implementation is not. So, I cannot agree more with what Apindo mentioned about the importance of implementation. And during the last 3 years, I noticed that I'm not saying the only one, but one of the reasons, I think, there is non-aligned kind of policies and the prevailing social capital. This is the reasons why my recent book, as a report, the last 3 years study is that Listen and Design. That's the title of my book. Because by listening to the MSME, and by the way, Indonesia is very unique. We are the largest archipelago. It's so, you know, there are already long list of problems faced by MSME. But MSME in Indonesia, especially on the eastern part of the country, they have multiple problems. You just multiply any problems faced by MSME because of the transportation, because of logistics. We have 16,000 islands. So when I talk to these people, they really need to be paid attention in terms of what they do 24 hours a day. This is what I call social capital, for the lack of better term. So by listening to them, I notice, and this is not theoretical, I notice there are cases which work very successfully when the policy was designed based on the conversations with them, and this is what I call the prevailing social capital. So implementation is absolutely number one. I cannot agree more with what Apino mentioned. And, you know, working not in a silo and so on. Now, last point, if I would like to mention is about the financial access, because I noticed that in this session we're supposed to talk about financial access. One of the things that is often neglected is that there are two parts of the financial access. One is easy access to get the financing, which is true. Globally, all MSME requires more, and we need to help them. But there's another part, and that is the repayment capacity. The major reasons why banking are less, or I should say more reluctant to allocate credit to the MSME because of the risk. So if the financial access program is to be successful, it has to be accompanied by the other set of policies or intervention which will help the repayment capacity of the MSME. For example, you know, mentoring, because you cannot just give credits without being mentoring, because many of these, as I said, 98% of them are micro. You know, they need a lot of mentoring. Again, I saw with my own eyes a successful cases of MSME which get the credits from either bank or non-bank institution. But who are these successful cases? These are micro enterprises that has received the fund but also being mentored. So the mentor can come from the lenders or it can come from the third party. But clearly, if we are talking about financial access, don't stop only at making it easy to allocate credit to the MSME, but also help them to increase their repayment capacity. And by the way, that repayment capacity is go along with increased productivity, because the moment they increase their productivity, their capacity to repay is also higher. And last but not least, if I may say that one of the key factors is really network, because you're asking about what is really the key factor, networking. Take for example, during the COVID, both the small guys as well as the big companies suffered during the COVID. But who recovered faster is the big guy. Why? Because they have the network. They know the banking, they know the regulators, they know the policymakers, they can contact them. They have the network. MSME do not have that. And that's why they are struggling after the COVID, how to recover. And in this context, I and some of my colleagues trying to establish a network of Global South SME. And we started with Asia and Africa. In fact, I thank MOFA for also supporting this concept. And this is the reason I'm sitting here, because couple of months ago when I introduced this concept, MOFA supported it and they invited me, can you talk in the IAF? And hopefully next year, because next year they're supposed to have the Asia-Africa Summit or Asia-Africa Forum. Hopefully next year we can establish officially this network among the SME in Africa and Asia. Thank you.
So I would like to give maybe as a conclusion to this to all you ministers, perhaps as a conclusion, maybe share a bit, what are you so excited about in your respective country today? How can we collaborate and invest in your country? Perhaps with you first.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Moderator, I'm here as Minister of SMEs. I'm keen to see these potential opportunities turn into real business enterprise. We talked about the mineral resource base which we have in our country. We have more than 60 minerals, and we have been told that only 40 are being exploited. We have got SMEs in this mining, but they don't have the capital. They need partnership. I'm looking for partnerships for SMEs. I'm looking for equipment, modern equipment, to make sure that they actually mine in a safe manner. We are also saying as a country, Zimbabwe is committed to maintain an environment which is good for all investors to come. My president is on record to say Zimbabwe is open for business. That's his mantra, and we will continue to maintain that. You are welcome to come and invest in partnership or invest into the local companies. A lot of our people own land, because for those who know history, Zimbabwe fought for its independence and we took over land. So our people, they own land, but they do need capital. They do need joint partnership so that they can produce and make the land utilized fully. So there's a lot of opportunities for us to do in the spirit of Bandang. We are here in Indonesia. Let's continue to do that for the prosperity of our global south, and we'll go very far. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Minister Yassin, perhaps you can also share what you're so excited today about your country, and how can all of us here sitting in this room participate in the success of your country.
Thank you very much. I think SMEs are at the heart of all the governments, and we all know that they have a very important role to play in the economy. In Nigeria, SMEs represent about 98% of the total number of companies, and more than 50% of the labor markets. What I think is that today SMEs need less regulation. I've been advocating for years to deregulate, because the best thing we can do as government is often not over-regulating things, but to deregulate. SMEs needs more freedom. Young people need more freedom to be more creative and innovative. Less bureaucracy, more digital, like your colleague just said. In Nigeria, for example, we launched a few months ago an initiative called the Self-Entrepreneur, which basically helps anyone to start a business in 5 minutes without moving from your home and without providing a single piece of paper. Young people now tend to, they don't like administration very much. So using the technology, we can also provide high quality public services that can, of course, enable more entrepreneurs. It's not only about providing capital and tax incentives, it's about all the environment that we can create for those young people to thrive. I believe that the most important asset that our continent has today is its young population. And we should definitely invest more in this young population. We should enable them. And I believe also that we can further develop the cooperation between Indonesia and Africa in the same spirit of the Bandung Conference, but now in the economy part. Algeria and Indonesia have a long and strong relationship. I'm very happy because 2 years ago we crossed the $1 billion of trade between our two countries. With really interesting opportunities and new partnership between companies across the two countries, and we believe that we also have to put new policies to encourage SMEs from Indonesia to maybe to address the African market through Algeria, and SMEs from Algeria to be more connected to the Indonesian market and Indonesian entrepreneurship landscape. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Pak Wahyu, briefly, perhaps you can summarize how Bank Exim can help to achieve all of our dreams together here.
Well, I agree that implementation is the key for that. And actually, since 2017, the government has what we call as NIA, National Interest Account, where we are mandated to help the African countries as well. And right now, we already disbursed like $332 million for other things. And as well, the last one was to Senegal. We financed the purchase of aircraft from Dirgantara Indonesia to Senegal. So those kind of things that I think will be to continue.
Yeah, I think maybe just to highlight one of the things that we have enjoyed the past 5 years is actually a more competitive cost of capital that is happening across Indonesian banks, and it's something that can be leveraged by our new partners. This is something that we're also excited about. Minister Prudence, perhaps you can share also what you're so excited today, where you are as you build your nation, and how all of us here can participate together in the growth of your country.
Let me, one topic that I did not address is opportunity that we have in Africa, where we have consolidated the market of more than 1.3 billion people. A market that is more than 3 times Europe or America, a market that is compared to China or India. Today, all 55 African countries have opened up the market. This gives 2 major opportunities to multinational companies. One is to invest in manufacturing. If you go and set up in Rwanda, where we have created a good business environment, you can source raw materials from all the 55 countries of Africa and access quota-free, duty-free, the entire African market. So this is the change that many investors are not aware of. So don't look at Rwanda as just 13 million people. Look at Rwanda as 1.3 billion people, which is Africa. The second opportunity which I have seen, of course, when I arrived here, I looked at infrastructure. Rwanda has a policy, a MICE policy, which is mainly focusing on building tourism sector. And there is a lot of opportunity for private-public partnership in having adequate infrastructure in countries like mine, to partner with the government, enjoy incentives that government will offer, and build infrastructure that is required for Rwanda to position ourselves as a production hub of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a wonderful summary, and thank you for highlighting that. Last but not least, Bushinta, perhaps you can also share your excitement, given that we are having a new government in 48 days. What are you so excited about Indonesia today, and why should we invest more, not just in Indonesia, but in this relationship?
Pandu, I would like to close actually this session, particularly because we talk about SMEs. The excitement for the next government is how can the next government put a new height, a new chapter of Indonesia-Africa relations. And why am I saying that? Actually, when we've been looking into the relationship with all countries in Africa, we haven't really focused much on SMEs. We're talking about many of the agreements towards big corporations. Yes, we do. But what is really the model partnership that we can create for SMEs as well? How we can be more inclusive by bringing more SMEs. And each of the African countries have so much to offer. And Indonesia has so much SMEs that wants to go global, that are perhaps ready to go global. They're excited how to do it, right? So I think we need to create that model partnership. So the network that we create, that's very, very strong. But how can we actually make it work, unlock these opportunities, right? So I want to say that when we talk about SME, one is obviously capacity building, right? So sharing that best practices, what's happening. I watched CNN when there's the Africa, news always comes out, and there's so many successful Africa entrepreneurs. Maybe they can share best practices with Indonesia. There's a lot of similarities. Can we actually build that relationship and share that best practices? Second, on the trade aspect, Pandu, we've been trying to push more trade because SMEs is about trade, right? But the access to market in each of the Africa countries are not the same. First of all, the products may differ from country to country, but most important is the access on the tariff. That's something we need to address. If not, no Indonesian products can go on optimum way to Africa. So the tariff has to be addressed. We have PTA with Mozambique, that's a start, but many of the other Africa countries, we haven't talked about that. So the tariff and financing, thank you for Exim Bank for continue supporting, but we need to have that in place in order for the products to be able to go there. And including also, when we talk about trade, of course, the logistic class, we need to do bundling and clustering. We cannot just let one SME goes on their own. This is the role of our associations, to really bring the SMEs together and how to cluster them and export their products together as a cluster and provide logistics and so forth. But the final items that I want to say is on investment is how do we incorporate the big corporations to support the SMEs? Because that's the key. The small medium enterprise can be part of the supply chain of the big corporations. And that's how they're going to enter the African market faster. We talk about investment. The investment can bring the supply chain, which is the SME. So I would like to really close saying, let's not just talk about this today, but how next year when we have another forum with the new government, we can actually have more SMEs involved and actually promote more partnership between the SMEs. Thank you very much.
Please give a round of applause to our esteemed speakers, and thank you, all of you, for spending the last hour with all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause once again to panelists and moderator. Thank you. Please, we invite you to take your seats. Speakers and moderator, we invite you to step down to return to your seats. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, we're inviting you to please take your seats. We're about to begin. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please, we invite you to take your seats. We have the next leaders' talk from the President of the Republic of Liberia. So please, we invite you to take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Joseph Numa Boakai Sr.
Thank you very much. His Excellency the President of Indonesia, the President-elect, my fellow African brothers and colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the President of Indonesia for the very kind and meticulous courtesies and generous hospitality, and the government and its people that they have accorded us since our arrival in this beautiful city. The ground opening and the gala dinner welcoming us last night was very entertaining and refreshing. It reflected the energy in the Indonesian society and their brilliance and the talent that was demonstrated last night. It also portrayed their rich culture. We are happy to participate in this session because we believe it provides a platform to actualize the spirit of bonding of Indonesia-Africa cooperation. It is our hope at the end of this summit, we emerge concrete steps for working toward economic transformation of our respective countries within the framework of the South-South cooperation. We believe Africa and Indonesia, working as strategic partners, can develop market diversification and increase our trade relations. We in Liberia have already begun on the trajectory of South-South cooperation with the Indonesian private company, the Golden Beryllium, which has the largest investment in oil palm industry, over $2 billion. We now look forward to taking this project up to the value chain for the manufacture of cocaine oil and other finished products and other derivatives for domestic and international markets. I, therefore, look forward to a fruitful and mutually beneficial outcome from this summit. And we also want to thank all of our African partners who have worked so hard to make it realize the benefit of our country through cooperation with our Indonesian partners. I want to thank you all for the support, and we look forward to working with Indonesia in a very special way in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Liberia. Distinguished delegates, we will be having one speaker non-English speaking. So please, if you require interpretation, requiring the headphones, it is available on the left and right side of the ballroom. Once again, there will be a non-English speaking speaker, so we are inviting you to acquire your interpretation devices from the left and right side of the ballroom. Thank you. Excellency, we are still waiting for speakers to come into the room, so we request for your kind patience. In just a few moments, we will be starting our next panel discussion. Thank you. Once again, we do apologize. We're still waiting for speakers to arrive into the room. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly we request your patience. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now come to panel discussion 4, Economic Transformation, Digital Horizons, exploring the impact and opportunities of tech innovation in Indonesia and Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, we're organizing some additional chairs. We request for your patience. We're so excited to have more speakers for this session. It is such a delight for us to have additional speakers for this panel discussion 4. This shows the excitement of the great cooperation of Indonesia and Africa going forward for the Bandung Spirit of Africa's Agenda 2063. We're greeting farewell. Let's give a warm applause of gratitude to the President of the Republic of Liberia. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for gracing us with your presence in this Indonesia-Africa Forum 2024. And now indeed, we are ready. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome onto the stage our moderator for this session, Mr. Wahyu Wiwoho. Together with all the speakers, we now invite you to the stage for this panel discussion 4. Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Sandiaga Uno. Minister of Communications and Information Technology, Egypt, His Excellency Mr. Amir Talaat. Minister Secretary General of the Government, Guinea, His Excellency Tamba Benoit Kamano. Special Envoy for G20 Bali Global Blended Finance Alliance, also Board of Trustee, United in Diversity Foundation, Professor Mari Elka Pangestu. President Director of Bank Mandiri Indonesia, Mr. Darmawan Junaidi. Co-founder and CEO of Aruna Indonesia, Mr. Farid Naufal Aslam. CEO IBEX Technologies and Promotion, Mr. Ezzedine Kamil. And Director for Institutional Banking of Bank Negara Indonesia, Mr. Munadi Herlambang. And now that everybody's on stage, Mr. Moderator, the floor is yours.
Right, thank you, Bagilda. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is really honor to me to be given this very nice atmosphere in this opportunity to lead the session on the Indonesia-Africa Forum 2024. And we are going to discuss a topic of exploring the impact and opportunities of digital innovation in Indonesia and Africa, one of the crucial topics to be discussed regarding to increase the growth and the industry of the technology sector, and also to strengthen the partnership between the countries, African Union and also Indonesia. So the discussion will emphasize a number of challenges faced in digital sector, such as the accessibility and also the affordability in technology innovation. And I already accompanied by 8 panelists, and let me introduce once again, one more time, our panelists. So we have the first guest of honor. We have His Excellency Dr. Amir Talaat, Minister of Communication and Information Technology of Egypt. Good to see you, sir. Welcome to Bali.
Good to see you too. Very happy to be here.
Thank you. And next we have, this one is my role model in many aspects, in business, bureaucracy, fashion, sports, tourism and travel, and creative economy. Please welcome the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno. And we move on to the next panelist. We have the Minister and Secretary General of the Government of Guinea. Please welcome His Excellency Tamba Benoit Kamano. Good to see you, sir. And next we have Special Envoy for G20 Bali Global Blended Finance Alliance, Board of Trustee, United in Diversity Foundation, Professor Mari Elka Pangestu. Good to see you, Ibu. And next is my brand new friend coming from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, a young innovator and also entrepreneur, a CEO of a company focused on integrating privacy, technology, and promotion. Here we are, CEO of IBEX Technologies and Promotion, Ezzedine Kamil. Thank you, Ezzedine, for coming to Indonesia and joining this discussion. And next, we are proud to have a prominent banker from one of the largest Indonesia state-owned bank. He will be sharing best practices and also the success stories on digital initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President Director of Bank Mandiri, Darmawan Junaidi. Good to see you, Pak. And we have also the representative of another state-owned bank. Please welcome Mr. Munadi Herlambang, Institutional Director of Bank Negara Indonesia or BNI. Selamat sore, Pak. And last, we have the co-founder and CEO of Aruna Indonesia, a leading fisheries and also marine companies or platform in Indonesia, Farid Naufal Aslam. Mas Naufal, good to see you. Thank you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, panelists. Thank you for your time to attend this wonderful afternoon. And before we start, I would like to remind all of us that we have a very limited time, around 60 minutes or 1 hour for 9 of us to discuss. So there will be a allocation of duration or time will be around 6 to 7 minutes each panelist. So I will give each panelist one question to be answered first, and I will start from His Excellency Mr. Talaat. Mr. Talaat, thank you. And can you tell us a story, sir? A story that you bring from Egypt regarding the current condition in digital sector, in digital industry, and how can the government make sure that all citizens are included in digital transformation, sir? Please.
All right, thank you very much. Delighted to be among this distinguished panel. And first, I want to express my gratitude for the Indonesian government for organizing such a great event and the hospitality and the welcomeness that we've enjoyed since we set foot in Bali, this beautiful resort. Regarding your question of what I would call digital inclusion, and this was one of the main elements that we took into consideration setting up what we call Digital Egypt Strategy back in 2018. Maybe we were inspired by one of the SDGs, Leave No One Behind, where we make sure that the digital advantages and privileges are covered across the country. This takes place on 3 different platforms or work streams, if I may call them. First, the infrastructure. Second, services. Third, skills. So the first is to ensure that the infrastructure is inclusive, to ensure that the infrastructure is wide enough so that each and every citizen has the capability to get on the cyber world and access the cyber world. We've executed several very important projects in this context. First is fiberizing all the fixed broadband networks within cities and swapping copper for fiber to ensure resilient and fast fixed internet services. In addition, we have a project that we call Decent Life or Haya Karima. Decent Life is about availing the services to our citizens in urban and rural areas to ensure that they do enjoy a decent life. And we started by selecting the services that we believe are necessary for people to have decent life. These were sewage system, a reliable sewage system, electricity, clean water, and fixed internet, high-speed internet. And we're currently executing on the project, connecting around 8 million households throughout Egypt, where around 60 million people are living with fixed broadband, high-speed fixed broadband, to ensure that each and every citizen in Egypt has access to the cyber world. The second work stream is services, to make sure that digital services, as we move into digitalizing government services and making sure that citizens can receive their entitlements and services that the government renders through an end-to-end digitalized process, it was also necessary to ensure that each and every citizen does have the capability to enjoy these services. So we have, of course, a digital platform and a mobile application. In addition, we made sure that all post office offices across the country, we have around 5,000 offices across the country. It's a very, very wide footprint of the postal organization in Egypt. We made sure that the government services are rendered in these offices. For our people who are not yet IT savvy, who are not yet ready to deal with technology directly, they can go to the nearest post office, which is in the same village or vicinity where they live, and the post office employee will help the citizen receive his entitlements and services digitally through an agent. Third are the skills, and we're very aggressive in training citizens across the country to be able to exploit digital systems and to be able to enjoy the privileges that a fully digitalized system can avail, to make sure that each and every employee can receive the services through digital means capably. So through these three work streams that we're working together, we're making sure that we're leaving no one behind.
Right, sir. I will back later to you again as to ask some question, but I'll move on first to Pak Sandi. Pak Sandi, good to see you, Pak.
Thank
Pak
you.
Sandi, you lead a ministry that really, I think it's really rely on technology and also digital innovation. How do you think so far about the development of digital innovation, especially the digital landscape in Indonesia, in supporting the creative economy?
First of all, I would like to welcome everybody here to wonderful Indonesia. Thank you for visiting the beautiful island of Bali and helping my KPIs. Because I've been targeted by the target that the president gave me is very, very high, and events like this really help me achieve my target. Secondly, please extend your stay by at least 3 to 4 days. The length of stay is also my KPI. And finally, please do spend to buy local creative products. The culinary, the fashions that I'm wearing, it's available just at the adjacent room. Anyway, I'm happy to report that the growth of digital economy in Indonesia is growing almost double the economic growth of the country. So at $82 billion in 2023, we're growing close to 8 to 10% and targeting to reach 109 billion by next year. Digital penetrations, as you know, is already reaching closer to 80%. The startup communities are very healthy with around 2,600 startups. Now, our creative economy and tourism increasingly rely on digitalizations. And the 13 unicorns that is recognized, it's, by the way, ranked sixth largest in the world, have also propelled the exports of creative economy at around $25 billion. So the creative economy using the digital platform has been able to add value, economic value added to around $85 billion, making us an 8% contributor to our GDP. So it is a must for us to embrace digital economy, and with the digitalizations that we're doing, the transformations, I'm happy to report that 25 million new jobs are being created in the sector.
So the digitalization indeed gave the huge impact for the creative economy sector in Indonesia, right? All right, I'll move on to Mr. Kamano. I'm really sure that we are all in each nation, in every government, are facing the same issue in digital innovation implementation. How is the Guinea government handle this situation, sir? And what strategies to be prioritized to accelerate digital infrastructure?
Thank you. Merci à tous, et je voudrais remercier les organisateurs et discuter sur
especially for technology and relevant to these challenges. Digitalization is a challenge that we must face. Our society is still young. There are many things that I can convey here, but whatever technology used, this is as if giving a key of Ferrari to someone who cannot drive. Of course, we need collaboration and innovation and to accept changes, to accept that the reality, digitalization needs to be followed. And this will be a new method of work, and we need to consider this population with the current technology development. This is the challenge we are facing in our education system, especially for human capital and also to maintain our resources. And this is the challenge that we are facing. And also the political will, where our president and his minister appoint officials to conduct this digitalization process. This is in accordance with our national policy and also for post office and digitalization. I think the current challenges related to infrastructure. We have to facilitate other countries and access to technology that is developing right now. We provide under ocean cable, and we hope that this facility can be provided through a recommendation to provide undersea cable. But this is a new challenge that is faced by our population. And the developing countries must be able to facilitate this through different providers to accept services for the public and also to give the proper facility for employment and also access to education. The program that we are doing right now has just started for the past 10 days is digitalization for registry to be able to manage our population and especially for their identification through technology development. And this can also support financial development where we cannot rationalize different sources of technology. So in conclusion, human capital development is a challenge that we must manage together, especially to maintain this human capital as a cultural heritage that we need to take care of and need to be maximize its potential.
Digitalization in the world, especially in the developing countries, don't give a Ferrari car to a driver or a person who cannot drive a Ferrari. That's why we need to learn together on this technology development. Thank you, sir. Next, I'll move on to Bu Marielke. Bu Elke, you are representing Indonesia and also the President of Indonesia as a special envoy in GBFA. Is there any specific mechanism or strategy of blended finance to strengthen the South-South coordination, especially in improving the digital infrastructure? Bu Elke.
Yes, thank you, Wahyu, for your question. First of all, I also want to join Pak Sandi in welcoming all of you to Indonesia and especially to Bali. and to appreciate this event that, this is about Indonesia, Africa, about building up the friendships between Indonesia and Africa, something which has historically been very strong. And I also want to appreciate that I'm on this panel so that you're not a man-only panel. By the way, it's in many events, those are not allowed anymore. So maybe I would just make 3 points, not necessarily answering your question. Yeah. I think first of all, I wanted to focus on Africa-Indonesia potential cooperation in this area. And I wanted to start with an anecdote because as a minister, I think it must have been Minister of Tourism, I can't remember. I was in Nigeria and I complimented this young lady who was in the meeting with us on her clothes. And she said, "Oh, I ordered this from Indonesia on Facebook." This is many years ago, right? So I wanted to emphasize that our trade can actually be facilitated, especially between small, medium-sized enterprises through e-commerce. And I would encourage us to think how we can develop this, because e-commerce is growing in both of in your continent as well as in our country. So it's a potential area for cooperation which we can really develop. The second thing I wanted to share, I think there's a lot of learning of how are we developing digital economy between what you're experiencing and between what Indonesia is experiencing. And really it boils down to, okay, what are the lessons learned? Infrastructure is obviously important. Physical infrastructure is probably the prerequisite. You've got to have the connectivity, you've got to have the broadband and so on. But that is maybe where blended finance can come in. Public and private investments can come in through there. But actually, the success of digital economy has to go beyond the physical connectivity. It's what we call the public data infrastructure. You've got to, if people have to be connected to be part of the digital economy. How does that happen? Because digital economy increases productivity, efficiency, and it's supposed to increase development through inclusiveness. But inclusiveness doesn't happen if you're not part of the digital economy. So it has to start with a digital ID, which is, I think, some of your countries are already doing it. We are also doing it. But that digital ID has to be connected to your payment system, to your mobile number, so that you can deliver services through it. Yeah, and the second, I think, experience based on our experience as well as some of the countries in your continent, like M-Pesa. What's the use case to make it grow? Usually you start with public services delivery, whether it's a social program like a subsidy or cash transfer. And actually, COVID helped us to develop this incredibly with the delivery of cash transfer through digital means. We are actually in the process of increasing the use case, starting with health. Again, learning from COVID. We're now going to have, our health ministry has this ambitious program of digitalizing everybody's health records that everybody can access, not just the hospital where you're belonging to. And that will improve the health delivery services. So that's kind of where we want to go, yeah? Finally, there are risks. And to make sure that what we're doing with digital economy or now AI, we have to really think about the regulatory frameworks to safeguard against the risks, the misuse, the privacy of data, and so on, with the benefits. And with the benefits is what they call the sandbox. In fintech, I'm sure you can explain in fintech, how to experiment on things that are not regulated yet, but allow it to happen in a safe space. But then later on, you can come up with the regulation. So this is kind of how to push the innovation, but at the same time, you've got to be careful about the risks and the costs, potential costs, and the potential for digital divide, as well as the bad things that can happen with AI and so on. So this is really something, hopefully, between Indonesia and Africa. We can share experiences and learn from each other on how we can make sure that digital and AI and innovation is going to be for good, not and achieve development dividends.
Okay, right. Thank you, Bu Elka. I'll move to the other panelists. I'll move to Azedin first. Azedin, we have met last night on the gala dinner with the president. And can you tell us, can you share us your success story on implementing technology or digital activities, digital innovation, and what kind of innovation did you use to support your business growth?
Okay, I'm very happy to be here today with you. My name is Azedin Kamil. I'm from Ethiopia. I think I'm the youngest here. I'm 23 years old. I'm studying my software engineering bachelor in Istanbul. At the same time, I am the co-founder and CEO of my tech startup called IBEX Technology and Promotion in Addis. We are working on digital innovations. We are both working on software and hardwares. We have been working on software development for the last 2 years. So the need for those software system in Ethiopia and other African country is very demanding. We are working for local companies and international companies. Even in US, I have employees from Ethiopia, also virtually from Pakistan and India. So we use a platform called like Upwork to hire international talents. Like we are hiring talents from, as I told you, from Pakistan, India. So this platform helps us to hire developers, software developers with affordable price. And those talents are very top talent. So one of the platform we are using is Upwork, and there are many freelancing platforms, so we can get access to those top talents across the world. So that's it.
Right, thank you, Azedin. I think Azedin is one of the examples on how young generation can be a role model on this digital era, and we have and we must learn to the younger generation. And you're still 23.
23, yes.
23 years old.
By the way, I have 13 patent rights. I've been awarded by the Ethiopian Prime Minister and globally by British Council. Yeah. So I've been working on those electromechanical inventions since I was a fourth grader. I am not originally from Addis. I came from the countryside of Ethiopia. Mm-hmm. So I think there is no limitation to contribute for digitalization with no access for facilities, I think.
Yeah, brilliant, wonderful. Thank you, Zainuddin. Right, I'll move on to Pak Muwanadi from Bank Negara Indonesia, or BNI, Pak. Pak Muwanadi, I've followed BNI strategies in the past few years, 5 to last 10 years, on digital transformation in how to give the customers the knowledge about the benefit of the technology. How do you see the progress and the result until today, Pak?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wahyu. My honor to be here today in IAF, and actually BNI do the digitalization very well because in Indonesia we found the data is the user of the mobile, the internet in rural area still lag behind the urban area. And the penetration in urban area has reached number 74.2% and only 56.1% in rural area. And but to address the issue for digitalization, definitely we need to have the collective effort as well from government and PNI. PNI as a state-owned bank from the government of Indonesia have initiated also to related all the shareholder of mobile internet economy. And also our digital touch point that we also have one division that is responsible for developing also the agent banking, especially for the increasing digital connectivity, and also the financial inclusion. And we open the opportunity of the financial inclusion for the rural area, especially for the remote area in Indonesia, because Indonesia is a very huge country. We have the many rural area in many sides of the East Indonesia, but with one of our program is the Agent 46. We can touch the remote area with the banking facility from the PNI, and also we make them the Agent 46 as agent of development, and also we can give the added value to transaction also for the financing, the micro financing for the small business and for the people who can do the transaction in their area. And also with this facility, the people from the remote area can get the better education and health with the PNI and also the government of Indonesia. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Pak Munadi. I'll move on to Pak Darmawan from Bank Mandiri. Pak Darmawan, I think we are already know in Indonesia that Bank Mandiri is very adaptive in utilizing digital innovation for its customer. As Pak Munadi says, in BNI, customers are the agent of development, right, Pak Munadi? What about in Bank Mandiri, Pak Darmawan? Can you share us your success story and the best practices from Mandiri, Pak?
Yeah, thank you, Pak Wahyu, and also all the excellencies, honorable delegates and speakers, and all ladies and gentlemen. Bank Mandiri is one of the leading banks in Indonesia, especially on the wholesale banking. And if we talk about the digitalization, we had just started by October 2021, because before we really consider about the capability of our system and also the people. And that's why we just started by October 2021. We redefine the business model first, because it's not possible for us go to digital first and then just follow the old model of the business. And then after we realize the core competence of the bank as the wholesale bank, and then we continue how we penetrate the market with the digitalization. And then we decided to go to the digital transformation by internal approach. We develop our in-house capability, no more vendors dependencies, and then enable us to improve all the services and products that deliver through the digital platform, and also the connectivity that we consider. We approach by the ecosystem from our wholesale client relationship, because before we just have the lending business to the wholesale clients, not on the value chain of the wholesale client. Now we could access by all the community where the internet connectivity is provided. So if the operator telecommunication is not there, we assisted them with the low Earth orbit satellite. So we have now like 78, almost 80 points that we already installed the low Earth orbit satellite. So Bank Mandiri now, not only at the urban side, but also to the rural, especially where the ecosystem of our wholesale clients have the business. That's enable us to grow our business through digital transformation and also to improve the economic activities for its zone there.
Right, so redefining the business model is really crucial, right, Dharma, to pivoting the next strategy, especially in using digital innovation or digital technology. Right, we'll move on to our 8th panelist, Mas Noval. Mas Noval, it's been 8 or 9 years, I think, for Aruna, if I'm not mistaken, right, to be the one of leading fisheries and marine platform in Indonesia. Please tell us, Mas Noval, about your success story in co-founding the Aruna.
Thank you, Mas Wahyu. So first of all, it's an honor to be here with all the panelists here. Thank you for the invitation. So my name is Farid, currently the co-founder and CEO of Aruna. So Aruna is like the leading fisheries technology-enabled company in Indonesia. We deliver seafood product from Indonesia worldwide. So currently we are working with around 50,000 fishermen all over Indonesia. So in 150 plus locations, all over Indonesia, covering more than 30 provinces. So we are already operating more than 8 years, starting for the first period of our presidents. And I can say we are one of the products of the government support, because at that time, there's a lot of event, a lot of competition. We are one of the winners of the hackathon competition that held by the government in 2015. And until now, we have like hundreds of employees, thousands of the worker help to providing the processing facility all over Indonesia. So what we are doing is, before Aruna, Indonesia consists of like 1,000 archipelago island. So there is a lot of disparity of information and access to market. So what we are doing is we try to make it more efficient, because there are a lot of middlemen here. It's hard for the fishermen, for the farmers to get access to the market directly. So currently with us, they just selling the product to our collection point, and we distribute the product directly to worldwide. So that's what we are doing. We utilize the technology to collect all the information and to inform all the customer worldwide about all the product that can be produced from Indonesia. And after that, the customer can do the order directly to our fishermen. So that's basically what we are doing. With all the process that we are doing, we really think local. So we work together with the local people there to become the manager of the fisherman community. The one that use our apps is not the fisherman itself, because it's hard to make them to adapt to new technology, but we make the local young people to use the apps to distribute the information, to connect directly with the community. So it's work, and currently we, with these models, we're working with 50 more thousand fishermen and more fishermen to join in. Yeah.
So how many fishermen are working for Aruna?
55,000 fishermen.
55,000.
Indonesia has nearly 3 million fishermen. There is a lot of fishermen.
Yeah. So I'm wondering, how do you manage all the fishermen who live in the rural area, in coastal area, to adapt in using application or any software that you've been given from Aruna?
Yeah, the fisherman itself didn't use the apps directly. So the one that used is the local young people that become the community manager. So the fishermen just coming to the collection point that we built and the fishing village. So they just coming in, get the information about the product that they need to be produced or catch on the sea. And then from that, they can share or collect the product to our collecting point. So from that one, it's make them easier because it easier for them to sell the product. Just find our collection point and then they can sell it. So we also got the support from the government because currently in the last 8 years, the development of the network connectivity is really progressive. Even in the remote area, like in Papua, in some island in remote area there is like 5G or 4G connection. So there is a lot of help on that one.
Right, all right. Pak Sandi, any thoughts on what must Novel have done with the Aruna with thousands of fishermen are using the technology?
I'm just amazed that 55,000 fishermen are now empowered. I started before I joined politics, Excellency Minister, I was a bit richer. I was a business person before.
We all were.
So I created a business whereby over more than 25 years, we go through stages, and after 25 years, the collections of the companies created around 30,000 jobs. But Aruna was able to create 55,000 opportunities for fishermen to get their economies improved. So I'm very amazed, and that's the power of technology. And this is what we're seeing also in tourism and creative economy. From VR, virtual reality, to augmented reality that helps promote destinations, to NFTs, to tokens. We have games that is created now to not only sell products, but also promote destinations. There's a game being played to memorize the food, the Indonesian Spice Up the World food that Ibu Mari, previous Minister of Tourism, created, like nasi goreng, which is one of Indonesia's most famous cuisine, gado-gado, the salad. This game is actually not only been able to create a lot of downloads, but they help promote Indonesia tourism and creative economy products.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Pak Sandi. So I'll back to Mr. Talaat. We are now talking about the readiness of the workforce to adapt in digital era. How is your government ensuring that all citizens in Egypt can access adequate jobs in digital sector?
Right. I believe this is a very important point in any ICT strategy. I believe it is the cornerstone. No ICT strategy can ever succeed without having skills, human skills, as its prime pillar and main cornerstone. We were aware of this when we started the Digital Egypt strategy around 6.5 years back now. And then the ministry I'm responsible for was training 4,000 people every year. We started a very aggressive plan to increase this number. Last fiscal year that ended last June, we succeeded in training 400,000, 100 times as much as what we started with only 6 years back. This year, we're aiming for 500,000, 500,000, again, up from 4,000 a year. It's not only about number, it's about a complete strategy that takes into consideration several elements. First is the specializations. We make sure that our people are trained on the most coveted ICT disciplines that are demanded by the current and future labor market. Second, again, is the inclusiveness. We make sure that each and every citizen in Egypt has the opportunity to get into one of these training programs. They're all for free, they're all paid by the government, and they're availed for all qualified citizens. Now we have training initiatives from 8 to 88. So each and every Egyptian, starting the age of 8 up to the age of 88, does have a training opportunity if she or he decides to get into an ICT profession. Third is to make sure that it is not only about technical skills. It has to be a well-integrated set of skills that we avail through training. So it's technical training, it's soft skills, personal capabilities, to make sure that we produce a well-integrated set of skills ready to compete in today's labor market. Also, partnerships are very important. All the training initiatives that we offer are in partnership, either with distinguished universities in Egypt or throughout the world, or with famous multinationals that are pioneers in the specializations that we offer to our trainees. I believe it's paying off. In 1 year, our digital exports have grown around 30%. Our offshoring exports have grown 54% in 1 year. The ICT sector in Egypt is the fastest growing sector with a steady 16% year-on-year growth. We're continuing on more and more expanding digital skills, both in quality and quantity. Number of multinationals that are realizing the expansion of the skill pool and therefore setting up offshoring centers out of Egypt to leverage this skill pool is increasing by the day now.
One more thing, sir. One thing that is currently trending in digital innovation is the use of artificial intelligence or AI. What measures do your government do to adapt to rapid change, to rapid development in AI technologies?
Indeed, AI is the flavor of the month, as they say. And now generative AI has even added to the equation. Of course, AI is one of the most prominent ICT technologies nowadays. And it's very important for each and every government to set a strategy to benefit from what AI can offer, and in the meantime, to make sure that you're vigilant and aware of the risks and hazards that AI can pose. We have an R&D center in Egypt that started building AI-based solutions in healthcare, in agri-tech, in fintech, in government services facilitation to make sure that we leverage the merits of and advantages of AI. Meanwhile, we have a charter for safe use of AI. Now we're busy with an AI Act that we want to make sure that all the hazards that AI applications can generate, such as neutrality of data and inclusion of targets of AI, are well taken care of legislatively and also among a societal awareness of the AI hazards. We've issued a strategy for AI several years back and executed on it. Now we're currently getting ready to issue version 2 of that AI. This includes, of course, again, capacity building. We have around 25 faculties across the country that are faculties of AI, in addition to training courses for various segments of our society to get to know what AI can offer and how to protect oneself from the hazards of this technology.
Right, thank you, Mr. Talaat. I'll move on to Mr. Kamano. Mr. Kamano, as we know that one of the biggest issues in digital innovation and digital sectors are the cost and also the access. How can your government strengthen and ensuring the affordability and also accessibility to all citizens, particularly in rural areas, sir?
Merci beaucoup. Alors, au-delà des opportunités que présente l'intelligence artificielle dans la gestion des données, Nous sommes dans des réformes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. The reform on how to overcome the misuse of artificial intelligence, whereby we once again need to ensure, as mentioned by my colleague from Egypt, we must anticipate this digitalization, and this is something that we are undertaking, and we need to consider that each data has its own characteristics because artificial intelligence possesses a special permit and intellectual property right. Therefore, the legalization of this AI is necessary, and we need to establish an affordable infrastructures, and we must make sure that its availability, and this will drive the digitalization and all parties involved, including to secure and to the annexation of the process within our capability, not only related to cost, but also there should be authority with the official with the authority to create a rules base and to avoid monopoly. And how to determine this tariff is also important, and how the artificial intelligence will not bring a negative impact to the payment system. And we must also protect the creativity and must adapt with the relevant regulations. And this digital transformation is crucial, especially in protection of education, health, and all payment system. And thanks to the artificial intelligence that enable young generation and to ensure our role in the country as part of the government to facilitate all the advancement in the physical space. We also facilitate a startup for better access for SMEs to enter the market, and we also continue to drive and to promote creativity of all relevant stakeholders each year, especially for the SMEs that continues to grow. The most important thing is the legislation that will enable to facilitate progress and growth in a remarkable rate. And this is a real opportunity for us to boost macroeconomy and to increase the wealth of our countries. And this is a challenge for us to continue to protect and continue to increase the capacity of the relevant technicians, and through the right legislation. And nowadays, the legislation must be able to answer the challenges, and the capacity that we have must be better controlled by the client. Thank you.
Story from Mr. Kamano on how Guinea is working to utilize technology to support digital transformation. So in what ways can the G20 GBFA facilitate the cooperation on developing nations, developing countries in their digital transformation journey?
I think the issue perhaps is about how do you have global cooperation on a very complex issue like AI and digital. I mean, when you talk about trade, when you talk about trade, you have the WTO, you have trading system where countries set up the rules of the game. Even in finance, you have IMF, you have Basel, and so on. But really, we are struggling when we talk about technology, the role of digital and the role of AI, because there's actually no or 5G or 6G. There is no obvious coordination that's going on. And even some people are really worried that you might end up with a bipolar world in terms of technology, you know, Chinese-led, US-led technology. And that's actually, it hurts developing countries if we have to get punished for choosing one technology or the other. So I think this is actually a very big global issue, which we would hope that G20 would be able to address. But it is a complex issue, because on the one hand, you have the issue of how AI and digital should be for good, right? It increases productivity and so on, but it also leads to job losses. See, this is the other worry, big worry in many countries. Maybe not job losses, but routine tasks. They say don't call them jobs anymore, you call them tasks. Routine tasks is already overtaken by digital and will continue to be overtaken by AI. What do you do with the people? You need to reskill them, you need to make them agile to be able to move. So there's a lot of issues regarding training and labor policy that needs to be also discussed globally. And then all the negative side, right? The misuse of AI, whether it's fake news or all these negative, dark side of the AI. How do you cooperate globally on that as well? I think this is going to be, it is really keeping a lot of people up at night, basically, because there's no obvious way. So maybe us, as developing countries, we need to think through how do we make sure that it's going to be for good and not for bad, absent of the ability for global cooperation or creation of standards. So I think this is maybe a good area for us to really have good discussions. And it's really hard, you know, I'm a professor in the university. Just in the last 2 years, I have my students giving me papers in perfect English. It never happened before, right? And I was like, perfect English and like perfectly structured. And I know they're using AI.
By the help of the chat.
Yeah. So maybe I'm going to be out of a job, you know?
Yeah.
So I think the final thing I would...
You try one thing, Professor.
Huh?
Ask them to create a pantun.
Hey, they can do that. You can create pantun and poems.
I cannot do it. I tried.
Oh, you
pantun
tried?
Not yet.
They can create
It will take maybe
poems.
a few weeks for AI to create a pantun.
So my learning from that is that you have to kind of self-regulate, right? Yeah. So we said, okay, you guys, you can use AI, but just say that you use AI or you use whatever, I think it's called Grammarly, where they correct the English and so on. Just say that you did use it. Right?
Yeah.
And then you can, at least you know, and then you know, you have to have a way to test whether they actually know did they just download or did they actually know what they're saying or doing. So we have other means to test that. So I think self-regulation would be my other, I think we learn how to manage with self-regulating like that kind of processes. But it also means me, old professor, I have to learn how to use generative AI, otherwise I will be out of a job.
Right. Bu Mari. So we need the ethics, the moral, to counter the disadvantage of the use of the AI. So, our last questions, it is the same question to be asked to Pak Darmawan and also Pak Munadi. Pak Darmawan first. Pak Darmawan, as we move to the future, what kind of digital trends do you see will be impactful for Indonesia's economy? And what can state-owned bank do for us now, especially for the industry?
What we have done in Bank Mandiri, actually, the transformation on digital to anticipate it, what's going on in the market, because the fintechs and also the other players, probably they a bit relaxed than the banking sectors because we are very regulated. But we try to introduce to the market that we also have the capability to develop the digital capacity. And so far, we see that we enlarge the penetration and also the business coverage of Bank Mandiri, because as I mentioned before, we are known as the urban banks, but now we have the capacity to get the access to the all society of the Indonesia, to all the region. And of course, we use our wholesale client ecosystem. Otherwise, it's very hard for bank like Mandiri to access to the rural area without any office presence and also the workforce. But so far, we had 2,600 branches before, but now around 2,100. But we growing the business significantly because supported by the digital. But also we see the role of AI probably more on the retail side, because the repetition of the task is very possible right now. But also in the regulated industry, it's not possible for us to go advance without the approval from the regulators. We are in the discussion with the OJK as the regulators to set up the regulation for the AI role in Indonesia for banking industry, because otherwise it's making a chaos in the system. And so far for wholesale banking segment, we still need human judgment, because it's really tailor-made and based on the sectors, not the same every year, because we see the cycle of the community, for instance, in the international market, and we have to be really focused on the risk management best practice. It's very tough so far until now if we rely on the AI role for the wholesale banking segment. For the retail, yes, we put some the AI role for the repetition tasks, especially to our digital branches so far. We have around 240 branches already served by the digital. And then I think the progress is quite good. That's why as the use case to OJK as the regulators, that it's possible if we really put on the discipline.
Right.
Which one, we don't know yet, but we go to it.
Right, thank you. Thank you, Pak Darmawan. Pak Munadil, last Sam question, Pak.
Actually, the BNI firmly use the technology for our banking system. As Pak Sandi said, that the AI have enhanced our productivity. Honestly, I prepare my material today from the perplexity application. So I browse myself and prepare everything from my mobile phone to prepare and to know that what kind of the business for my colleague here in the States have done to their digitalization. But BNI use the AI for the customer experience, for helping them to make our services faster and easier for customer. And also we have the open banking system to provide the application from our services, especially to maintaining the data security for our customer. And also as the banking have to do that, we enhance our mobile banking and payment system, and also the big data analysis. So with the customer experience, we focus on the customer need and make them easier to do the transaction, even for the personal or for the business use case. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Pak Munadi, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. We have talked on digital innovation and technology advancement that can be impactful in many sectors. However, the challenges are still here, are still there to be tackled by all stakeholders, all nations, all governments, all the industries, both state-owned banks and private sectors as well, that must be hand in hand to find solutions together. And we must believe by learning from the success story and the best practices in Indonesia, both in Indonesia and Africa, can take the advantages, all the potential that we have together. So, one more time, thank you very much, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and all the VIPs. And thank you for joining the last panel in today's agenda. So, I'm Wahyu Wiwoho signing out. I'll give it to you back to Bagilda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause once again to our panelists and moderator for this panel discussion, for the final panel discussion for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of day one of the second Indonesia-Africa Forum 2024. Would like to thank the Tony Blair Institute as the knowledge partner of the second Indonesia-Africa Forum. Tomorrow we begin panel discussion in investing research and innovation for health, Africa and Indonesia's priorities, starting at 9 o'clock. So tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, 9 o'clock, we reconvene in this room. Thank you very much and have a wonderful day. We do still have coffee and tea right outside for you to enjoy and, of course, continue on the discussions that has been presented by all our speakers and today. Thank you very much, our Minister. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, farewell.